Rồi. Okay, Chrissy. Chrissy, I'm trying to change the background on here. Do I share content? No, I did this. But you know what? I put that there. I selected it and I hit apply, but it stayed flat.
Show me.
And then I'm gonna have to find another one. By the next week, I'll be ready. But this one
This
was,
weather.
yes. And this one here, okay. Wait,
So it doesn't.
if I hit apply here, no, nobody's on yet. See how long it takes? Oh,
Well, would you see it yourself? Or do you just have to trust that it's projected?
no, I know, I've seen when Julian has done it, and this was up, the logo was up,
On her computer.
yeah. I don't,
You want me to log on and see if I can see your background?
yeah, but I want to change his name. I don't want to just say LP Historic Preservation. I wanted to say,
Start preservation on.
or
Staff.
it's the HBRB meeting.
They need to know that it's a rep from HBO.
Well, it's a WebEx, so many people are gonna call in. So
They might think that's a rep from HPRB rather than staff.
okay.
Or at least I would, because I'm that bright in the morning. HPF staff. Noise meeting.
That would be how about OP Historic Preservation?
Yeah, that works.
Yeah. I know. Give my people insight profoundly.
Hey, good morning, Todd and Andrea. I just want to confirm that you can see see the screen.
Good morning, yes.
Yeah, I
All
could
right.
see it.
We're in business.
Yes, thank you, Steve. I'll talk to you about that later.
Okay.
Good morning. Looks like we're still waiting for a few board members to join. We'll give them some time and then we'll get started. All right, good morning. We'll get started while we wait for the last board members to join in the interest of time. Today is July 25th, 2024, and this is the meeting of the DC Historic Preservation Review Board. My name is Marnie Keith, the chair of the board. Public notice of this WebEx meeting and participation instructions have been emailed to the project applicants and the HPO mailing list and posted on the Office of Planning website. The meeting is live streamed and archived on the Office of Planning's YouTube channel. Please be aware that if you're watching on YouTube, you will not be able to provide testimony. Those wishing to provide testimony must register in advance and join via WebEx. I want to ask each board member participating in today's meeting to now turn on their cameras, and I'll do a roll call to identify who's present. We'll start with board member Auerbach.
Good morning, board member Auerbach present.
Good morning. Board member Bell.
Matt Bell, present.
Excellent. Board member Marzella.
Good morning, here.
Good morning. Board member Failer.
Board Member Failer present.
Um,
Board Member Failer present.
Excellent. Good morning. Board member Williams is not joining us today. And I don't see Gabriella. So, right. I think that's it for today. If anyone else joins, I'll announce their arrival. Before we begin the meeting, I'll go over a few procedural points. Camera function has been enabled for presenters and board members. At the beginning of each case, cameras can be turned off so that the focus is on the presentation slides. When cameras are off, each person speaking should identify themselves. I'll first ask HPO staff to present their report and evaluation of the case, and then I'll ask the applicant to present their project plans. HPO has preloaded the plans provided by the applicant and will advance the slides upon request. Following the applicant's presentation, we'll hear testimony from AMCs, community groups, and individuals who have registered to speak. The camera function is not available for those providing testimony. After all testimony has been presented and the board's ready to ask questions and deliberate, I'll ask board members, staff, and presenters to turn on their cameras. After the board has finished deliberating and taken a vote on the project, cameras can then be turned off again for the next presentation. In accordance with the AMC Act, the Historic Preservation Review Board is committed to giving careful consideration to the community and the AMC comments that we receive. Our regulations require us to give great weight to properly adopted written recommendations of AMCs in the matters that come before us. To ensure that great weight is given, the board discusses and addresses each issue or concern raised in AMC resolutions as a part of our deliberation and includes that discussion in the public record of the case as recorded in the live videos of our meeting. Following the meeting, on the board's behalf, HPO archives the video recordings on the HPO website, keeping them accessible to the public. They prepare a written summary of the board's actions, which includes a report of our findings and conclusions on any issues and concerns raised in AMC resolutions, articulating with particularity and precision our reasons why the AMC did or did not offer persuasive advice. And they post the written record on the HPO website 1 week following the meeting, keeping it permanently accessible to the public. I don't believe we've had any changes to our agenda for today. So we'll begin with our consent calendar cases. Are there any that board members would like to discuss? All right, board member Phelan, you want to start?
Yeah, Chair Heath, I have comments on all but item K.
Okay,
It should be quick, but I have comments on every one of them.
go ahead. You can start with A.
Okay. Well, I guess then my colleague could join in if they also have comments, but on first beginning with the my scroll working here, sorry. Beginning with the National Register nominations, the National Historic Landmark designations for the Humphrey Building. One of the questions that I have for the Humphrey Building is, would there be a consideration for criteria A? It's a pretty big question, but there are a number of significant contributions to the broad patterns in history that have come out of the agency, HEW, as a creation by Eisenhower just before occupation of that building, but shortly thereafter, a number of substantial things were done through that agency that have substantially changed and impacted patterns in history, including what was called then the American Indian Affairs Health Act, Medicare, Medicaid. I could go on, polio vaccination, but there are a lot of things that were developed out of that before it became DHHS while it was HEW. And so I wondered if there would be a consideration for the criteria A in the nomination. The other thing I wondered, I thought it was a very good nomination, and I understood the commentary about the architecture. I wondered if there were any potential impact that it had. There was a mention about budget restrictions delaying the construction of the building, but I wondered if that might have had something to do with investment in the Vietnam War, which started at that year in 1955, or the completion of the Korean War, which technically ended the year before. So I wondered if it merited having some mention of those two wars as significant activities that might have impacted the funding and direction of money for the project itself.
This is Staff
Under the-
Williams.
sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Were you finished, or do you want a response from staff?
Yeah,
or...
please. Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Sure. So I agree with you that I think it could qualify under criterion A. I did not challenge GSA on that criterion because I think they made such a strong argument under criterion C and had done such a great nomination in terms of providing the context and background
Absolutely.
information on brutalism and Marcel Breuer, and it being a really important example of the work of a master and his career. And as you know, you only need to meet one criterion for listing in the National Register, and I think they sort of chose to focus on architecture. But we do have a representative from GSA on the line, so he might want to chime in on that. But before we ask him to do so, I did want to just take this opportunity to thank GSA. GSA is the owner and applicant for the Humphrey Building National Register nomination. And as you said, and I would like to reiterate, it really was an excellent nomination. And I really appreciated the thoroughness with which they provided sort of this background context for really being able to evaluate it appropriately. So I didn't question the criterion A, although, yeah, just based on the history, I think it could qualify under criterion A. But then again, to diverge a little bit, I'd also just like the board to understand that this nomination is coming from GSA, which is a federal agency, and according to the federal regulations, federal agencies can nominate their own property to the National Register. So technically, this nomination doesn't even need to come before the board. However, we generally like to see some consistency between the DC Inventory of Historic Sites and the National Register. So we are bringing the nomination to you to vote on according to the DC designation criteria for listing the Humphrey Building as a DC landmark in the DC inventory. So one possibility is that we could revise, HPO could revise the nomination should GSA decide not to do, respond to those comments from the board for the National Register nomination. We could add some information in our landmark nomination, for instance, for listing the DC inventory. So there is that possibility. However, we obviously like to have both nominations consistent. So anyway, if Jürgen is on the line and wanted to comment more specifically to your comments, I think that would be great.
Thanks, Kim.
Sure.
If not, that's okay too. I'm really
Okay.
appreciative of the GSA's effort and recognition of this building as well.
So yeah, I don't know, Joyetta, if Jürgen is unmuted or can be unmuted.
What's the person's name?
Or I don't know, if it's not possible, he can perhaps just get back to me and I can talk to you more specifically later.
What's his name, Ken?
I'm getting a little distracted by our pop-up text here.
Yeah, Joyetta, the chat function needs to be disabled, please.
Thank you, Steve.
All right, thank you, and thank you for disabling chat. Gretchen, do you want to keep going?
Yep, I'll keep going. And then maybe this is a question for Kim too. I just want to clarify on the nomination for B that it's only the legation building itself. It's not the adjacent building under consideration. And for this one, one thing I think might be helpful to add as a drawing to the nomination would be a site plan, in particular to understand the relationship of the garden, and in particular
Can you come help me disable this chat on here?
specific placement and orientation. It's purposeful, not specifically in relationship to the building, but to its design and the integrity of it.
Sure, we can add that in for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then on 1223 Marionberry Avenue Southeast, Um, I wondered if there was anything that was shown or known about what was the cause of the explosion. I don't remember. I remember hearing about it in the news, but I don't remember what the cause was. Only asking because I'm wondering if there was any caution taken or action taken to make sure that there weren't similar conditions or risks in adjacent buildings. If it was, a gas connection or something like that, to know that. And I wondered if it mentions in the staff report that there will be they're restoring the building back to what it was, and I wondered what resources were available, if there were plans or documentation, in addition to photographs available to reconstruct the building back to its original condition.
Okay.
Gretchen, it's Imania, just quickly.
Hey, Mania.
The building was it's just a simple one story, so they had enough documentation and it had been altered in the rear. So that extended portion that they're mostly building is going to be mostly new and then reconstructed brick and cement. And so there really wasn't any more additional framing that they had to kind of dig and look for. The building next door actually has a little bit more material that needs to be checked for that kind of information. And then I went through the process with DOB for the gas leak to check. So I'm not in the DOB's world for that, but they
Yeah,
have been reassured that, and especially with the children's center right there, that
yeah.
the gas is.
I just
has
wonder,
the right
with the
class.
aging of infrastructure. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
I'm listening. Okay.
I just wondered with the conditions of aging infrastructure, if it's worth mentioning to Washington Gas, maybe it's worth looking at the entire block if they haven't already.
Will do.
That's all. And then on 2337 Chester Street Southeast, one of the plans are a little bit confusing to me. There's some consistency issues. One, I just like to confirm that in the basement, the plan is a long rectangle with a series of columns, because the span is a little bit too wide for whatever framing is existing there. And so there's a short span on the right-hand side of the building as it's orientated on the paper. But that the beam is shown as a dash line, and I would just want to confirm that means it's a hidden line, not that, or it's above, not that it's going to be demolished. So if staff could confirm that when you work through that, Amania, I think that would be helpful to minimize the amount of demolition. And then there's an existing fireplace that's shown on the left wall, and there's a chimney shown on the building, but you don't see that chimney you don't see the footing of it in the basement, and you don't see it go through any of the other levels of the floor plan. And you would see that chimney, I think, on the other floors as it goes through. And in particular, I think it impacts the second floor layout for the new construction because it would interrupt with the closet. And then, ooh, was somebody saying something? Sorry. And then I think also there's the new chimney that's shown on A002. It doesn't show it in the plan anywhere, so you don't know where it interacts with the building or shows with the building at all. And then also on A002, I think it would be a cleaner and easier to construct and more durable and better compatible solution if the addition of the roof went in under the eave rather than right at the eave, where it connects to the house and then sloped down from there. I don't think the ceiling heights won't be compromised, so it's an uncomfortable or non-compliant space. I just think it would be better for construction for the building. Then moving on to Capitol Hill, at 917 Constitution Avenue Northeast. I wondered if staff could review the color choice. At first I thought it was blue board over stucco, but no, it's blue stucco, as you say in your report. And I wondered if there's an opportunity to lower the ceiling height to get the overall height in compliance with the heights that we have approved in the past for second story additions onto carriage houses rather than the height that's there. If they could get closer to the 18 feet, I think that would be better. And then I'd encourage staff to look at the planting bed on the second floor. It's not really clear how that's going to be accessed or maintained or waterproofed or anything. I'm all in favor for green roofs to detain and clean rainwater as it falls as a sustainability initiative, and even better if you can grow some herbs and vegetables and have some urban agriculture there. But it's just not clear how that's accessed and maintained. And so for the integrity of the existing structure over which this planting bed will exist, I think it would be good for staff to ask the applicant for that information. And then at 629 South Carolina Avenue Southeast, um, uh, um, there's I think, well, I think the one thing that saves, I just want to make a point that the one thing that um, allows me to say I agree that this could happen is that has that really unique sort of pitched roof on top of that federal building. I don't know, federal flat front building. I don't know when that was happened, but must be earlier on. And it has a very unique placement in mid block that I think helps its improve its mitigating of the visibility of the other story. So I think that makes a very unique condition. Then sorry, just getting through my notes here. South Carolina Avenue. And then on 502 Constitution Avenue Northeast. This one is a little bit confusing to me. Let me pull up the plans to my comments on that. Sorry. Oh, on this one, just a note when people are submitting, it's helpful to have the existing drawings, yes, but understanding what's going to be demolished, having demolition plan, and a side elevation when we're having this kind of additions proposed would be really helpful. And just a question to the applicant to work with staff to see if there's potential to reuse some of the existing windows, especially on the second floor, rather than new windows might save them some money as they're continuing to move forward on the project. Then on DuPont Circle, 1201 Connecticut Avenue. This one is, I would encourage staff to really work closely with the architect to look at the waterproofing and drainage details where balconies are being created where there were no balconies. You'll have some slabs that are going from the building directly out without any drainage integrated in them previously because they were originally part of the building on the north elevation. And on the west elevation, you have the recreation of areas that have that. So their whole series of sort of dew point issues as well as drainage and waterproofing that are really not shown and maybe just not worked out yet, but super critical with the modification of this building. I wondered why this building wasn't a contributing building, actually, but I know that it's not. On 1834 on the U Street, I didn't see the staff report in the box folder, but I'm assuming you're submitting it with a recommendation for approval and defer to staff. One thing for staff to note on this one is that over the stair, there's showing a sloped roof. I don't think that's allowed by the building code any longer. I think you have to have a flat roof. I don't think you can slope it the way they're showing it. And so for that, I think prior to final approval, I'd like to see a flag or lumber test on this one so that you can really understand how visible it will be on U Street. And I'd also like staff to consider working with the applicant to ask for holding the railing back on the roof terrace from the parapet at the street, just to keep everything from being right up against the front parapet and so prominently visible on that street. Then the last comment I have is on the 7100 block of 13th Street for Walter Reed. I think the solution is moving towards resolution. The corner conditions are better, but still a little clunky. I think they meet the requirements of the design protocol and are compatible. Just needs to be finessed a little bit. I'm sure staff can work with the applicant on that. And then I have no comments on item K. Thank you,
Madam
Chair.
Chair?
Sorry, I had so many comments this time.
Madam Chair, this is Kim Williams again. Before you all move forward, I just wanted to circle back to item A to
Okay.
let you know that Jürgen Clement, the representative from GSA, is on the line, but he could not unmute himself. So Joyetta, if you could unmute him, he would like to say a couple things about your comments and requests, Gretchen. Thanks. So it's Jürgen spelled with a J, Jorgen, in the list of attendees.
Hi, Kim. I think I figured out how to unmute myself. Good morning. This is Johan Kleeman, Historic Preservation Specialist with the Center for Historic Buildings at GSA. Thank you very much, Gretchen, for your comments. They're much appreciated. Thank you also, Kim, for providing the context about the federal nomination process, the process for a federal agency nominating a federal building. I just wanted to briefly thank you for your comments and to say that we will definitely consider them as we prepare the final submission to the National Register. Just very briefly regarding the additional potential significance under A for significant actions undertaken by the agency and also for the funding delays related to the war or wars. I'll just say that sometimes it can be challenging for us to identify a specific and notable historical event that ties the building to those areas of significance. All of our buildings house agencies that have undertaken significant actions, but usually because that applies to all of our buildings, we do try to look for a more specific association. So we will definitely take that into consideration. And same goes for the funding delays related to the Vietnam War. That is something that likely did apply, and it's something that we could potentially incorporate. But we will consider that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for your time and for submitting the building.
Our pleasure.
Does that conclude your comments, Gretchen? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, yes,
Any other
believe it or
board
not.
members? That's good. Thank you. Any other board members have comments on consent cases?
I do, Chair Heath,
Go ahead,
on
Matt.
case. Yeah, on the Walter Reed case, I share Gretchen's concern about it is much better than it was. I note the improvements and I think it's trending in the right direction. I guess I'm a little bit hesitant. There's so little information presented. It's just a facade drawing. There's nothing indicating materials. There's very little indicating how the building turns the corner and things like that. And while I'm confident our staff can work to review those things and continue the improvement of the project, I guess I wonder on consent, is it usual that we only have one drawing to look at and make a judgment on whether or not it should move forward as part of the consent calendar? It strikes me as a little bit asking a lot for us to sort of move that to consent, given the amount of discussion that this project generated last time it was in front of us.
I assume that's a question for the staff or for Steve.
Yeah, I mean, I think Mr. Dene was in charge of this last time. I don't know if he's on.
Tim could not join us right this minute. But if you all feel that the response is either insufficient or not detailed enough, then you can certainly take it off the consent calendar, and we can share those comments with the applicants to provide more thorough plans, and we can also schedule it for the agenda for September.
Well, I guess my feeling is that if it's on the consent calendar, we ought to be consenting to more than what we're getting in this
Yeah.
particular case. And look, I don't want to necessarily hold it up. It is trending in the right direction. It seems conceptually more consistent, but I do share Gretchen's concern about some of the corner elements and how those things are going to look. And for me, there's just insufficient information there to be able to say, well, it should get through us and move just on to staff. I don't know how others feel, but sort of my sense about it.
Okay. Any other comments?
Yeah, Chair Heath, I just have one comment. I guess echoing Gretchen's comments about letter I. I also didn't see a staff report in that folder, so I guess I'm not sure exactly what we're voting to approve. I also had some concerns about the visibility of the proposed addition. I guess especially in light of what Gretchen said about the limitations of the code above stairs.
Okay.
Hi, this is Imani. I'm not sure why the staff report is not in the box. I do see my drawings in there. But just to kind of quell all the thoughts, there was a flag test done. It's not visible. What I've heard from zoning is that if the slope roof, or what I've heard from the applicant who heard from zoning, is that the slope roof could be approvable if it's attached to like a room or a building. So what they've been doing, or what I've been hearing from developers, is that they add in a room to the sloped stair house, which allows it to count as not necessarily a stair house, but just a full room or addition. So there seems to be some workaround by allowing that, but I will confirm with zoning. But overall, not visible. I did recommend that they set back the railing as well in my staff report, so that it's off the bay. And yeah, so I will try to put make sure that the staff report gets into the box so that you guys can read it, but all of those comments were addressed.
Great, thank you.
I guess, Madam Chair, I guess just thinking a little further on number J, I'm willing to sort of agree to, to sort of refer to staff. I do think it needs a thorough set of documents that talk about the corners and the detailing and things. I mean, I'm sure staff will do that. I just feel better if we're going to vote on it as a consent item to sort of underscore the need for the staff really to see a much more complete rendition of the building.
Matt, would you like to pull this off of consent and request that before we vote on it, or are you?
Well, I'm uncomfortable
making this
voting on
request?
consent with just one drawing, to tell you the truth.
Mhm. Well, let's remove it. And ask, I mean, it could come back on consent with more drawings.
That would be
But-
at least one preferred way to go. I think there's just not enough there, to tell you the truth.
Okay. I would support that.
I would support that as well. I think
Mhm.
that the submission was, lacking in the detail that we would normally see. So I would support pulling K from the list.
Okay. So we will pull J from the consent calendar today and ask for more thorough drawings to be sent to the board.
Well, yeah, and I would suggest, I think we need to see how the building turns the corner. We need to see the materials. We'd like to see a perspective. And, because elevation drawings are one thing, but no one ever sees a building in elevation. We see them in perspective. So we need to see those kind of exhibits that explain more fully how these changes are going to be realized.
Okay. That's good.
And I meant Jay when I spoke previously. Sorry.
I knew what you meant.
Thank you.
Okay. So removing J, I will ask for, well, I'll make a motion to approve consent calendar cases A through I and K with the comments that the board has made today, and I'll ask for a second.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? All right, so the motion carries. Thank you all for the thorough discussion today. We'll proceed with our first agenda item, which is the Anacostia Historic Guidelines. Amania, are you ready to make a presentation?
I am. All right. So, how are you, everyone? I'm Imania Price. I am the Historic Preservation Specialist for the Anacostia Historic District. I've been working with the Historic District for around 7 years, and in those 7 years, the Historic District has increased in not only size, but development. And so, the board has asked that HPO work with the community to develop some commercial corridor design guidelines to provide some additional guidance to not only developers or architects, but also retailers, property owners, and residents. So I have worked with the community and OP to put together a document to kind of bring together a lot of our standards to in a more, I would like to say, concise manner, but I'm hoping to get some feedback from the community as well as the board as to if this is something that they think can really provide some additional context for the historic district, as well as any additional comments on it. So, Steve, you can go ahead and proceed forward. What are the commercial guidelines? We're providing a framework to guide the design for our new construction properties. In Anacostia, we have expanded the historic district along Good Hope Road, now called Marion Berry Avenue. And so with that expansion, we included several vacant lots as well as additional two-story and contributing historic buildings. And so with that, we want to provide some additional context for the new tenants and the new retailers coming into a historic district, as well as the larger developments that are occurring on the larger lots, vacant lots. So we wanted to provide a common language to provide some elements and to give some vocabulary to what the historic district our objectives are for development. And so in these elements for the historic guidelines, we included character, general information about the planning context, guidelines, compatibility, height and massing, rhythm, materials, storefront signage, as well as equipment and security, all issues that have come up during not only board meetings, but in my day-to-day conversations. There's a short intro on the historic character. For my new board members, I think this is a great opportunity to go down to the Anacostia Historic District and take a walk along the commercial corridor. It's a beautiful 20th century styled buildings constructed from the late 20s to early 40s. There's a gateway at MLK and Marion Berry, as well as a gateway further north by the metro station. These buildings feature Italianate style homes with commercial use on the bottom or on the first floors, and oftentimes storage or additional use at the second level. I wanted to include some context for developers and for property owners to have some information on what style of building they have. A lot of times I've asked my applicants or my clients what they think of their historic building, and having words to describe their type has been helpful. Steve, next. So this is the map of the expanded historic district. As you can see, we have included Marionberry Avenue all the way up towards Minnesota Avenue, and then along MLK, we've extended it all the way past Talbert Street and Chicago Street to what is a new development called Douglas Developments at the corner where the Metro Center meets, the Metro Station meets. So this is a larger part of the historic district that hasn't been really evaluated. There are some sections that have PUDs adjacent to them. So having some context for the historic commercial corridor allows for folks who are doing commercial work or just building work to understand the difference between a historic district and their and the exterior portions or the external parts. So we can briefly just go through this. These are just the sections that the guidelines introduce. So we talk about compatibility. We talk about next. Height and massing. Now, I included information on previous board projects that have come before the board. And so hopefully these designs are still what the boards find compatible, but to provide some information and some context to people looking to do additional work, having actual renderings of the projects that were successful or that the board approved have been helpful in crafting the conversation about new development. Next. Modulation, setback, and rhythm. I really thought that including information about the gateway buildings, MLK Gateway 1 and 2, was very important. I really thought that the conversation, the dialogue to develop these new construction properties was helpful in getting a really great project. And it's almost completed now. I think they actually started putting tenants in a few months ago. So we talked about materials, which play a significant role. Hopefully, I included some materials that can also be used, some modern materials that can be used, but also high quality materials, which is more important for the community. Next. Storefronts. I thought it was really important to provide some language on storefronts because at this moment, there is a conversation about how to rebrand the Anacostia Historic District as a commercial cultural hub, and providing some information on storefronts to retailers as well as business owners can provide some cohesion in that development and in that initiative. Next. Signage. There hasn't been a lot of conversation within Anacostia about the signage at this point. Mostly we had our first real sign board case with a gateway project. They wanted to put a corner sign on the property, and I really thought the conversation garnered a lot of insight on what signage development along the commercial corridor could look like. Therefore, it was important to include that information into this document. Next. Security and equipment. I have really been running into conversations that develop about how to secure buildings. I get a lot of comments and questions about bollards, about how to curb car and pedestrian intrusion into buildings, bulletproof windows. And so Additional language would be helpful, but I would love to hear if the board has any additional comments on how to ensure that security can be something that we can include in the guidelines, as well as be flexible for spaces that are getting more traffic. So I included some general language we have, and all of this language is similar language to design guidelines within the rest of the city. And so nothing here is extremely new or different. I really wanted to make sure we were including information in a context that was for Anacostia. And then I really want to include a frequently asked question for the retail tenants and something that could possibly be passed out to retail tenants to keep about how to get a permit or questions they would have about being a business owner in the historic district. If you can think of any more questions that could be included or resources to be added at the end of this document, I would love to hear feedback about that as well. Next, Steve, I think that's the last one. Yes, so I have created a survey for the community to take a look at the guidelines and provide comments with. I have added this link here on this slide, which you can find on the box, as well as our phone number and our email for those who would like to provide some additional comments or have any questions. I'll be happy to help. But that is it. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer. But I wanted to let you know what was being drafted and to get any feedback that you might have. Thank you.
Thanks, Amania, and thanks for the work on this. This is, as you know, something the board has been asking for quite some time. So it's great to see it. Can you talk about who has been involved in the process of generating these to date? Were you working with HAP?
So
ANC?
I have provided this deck and provided information to not HAPS, to the ANC. I had a couple of ANC meetings, but the last one was a full ANC meeting to provide them with the survey as well as with the draft. I've also been working internally with the office's neighborhood development. They have a urban design staff, and they've been working on a visual urban guide for properties. And so been doing walking tours with them to help kind of blend our similar documents or similar approach. So those have been kind of the areas I've been working with. Oh, and the Anacostia bid.
Okay, all right. Great, thank you. Gretchen, you had a question?
Just had two comments. One to say thank you to Amania and staff for working on this. I agree with the chair that this is something that we've been noticing has been needed, that the Anacostia Historic District residential neighborhood information is really well developed and effective. And I hope that this models after that in some of it. And I wondered, Amania, if you would also consider sort of what happens at the edges of the commercial where it meets the residential. That seems to be where we have the majority of the dialogue and some of the challenges, as you know, along Good Hope and MLK. It seems like the street seems to be, you know, we can understand what the retail fronts are, but when we round the corner or in the even maybe a methodology for a dialogue or considerations to be aware of the varying conditions might be helpful to people when they look at using or working on properties that front Good Hope and front MLK avenues. But thank you again for working on this.
Thank you. Clearly defining the commercial corridor is, I think, a really important conversation. So I'm looking forward to hearing feedback about that as well.
Any other board members have comments or questions?
Yeah, just one comment. Kind of an editorial comment, I guess. Thanks, Imani, for the great presentation and for the draft. I think it is really helpful to include those examples of projects that have been successful, successful from the staff and board's perspective. I guess what I'm looking for is maybe a little bit more pointed language in the guideline document that says, this was a successful example. Here's why, because the illustrations are great, but I think just some pointed captions to that effect could really help illustrate the point. Because it's not clear just reading it now. Kind of is this good? Is this bad? What is this showing us through these illustrations? So I think that would be a helpful addition.
Thank you. I will add.
All right.
Oh, and I meant to add as well that the comments for the project close August 30th. So this will be returning back in September once I've had all the comments from the community as well. I've gone through additional edits for a final vote from the board.
Okay. Other comments or questions? All right. Well, thank you, Amania and team. This is great work. We look forward to seeing it continue. And thanks for your presentation, Amania. We are ready to move to U Street Historic District. Steve, it looks like Gabrielle Miller is in the attendees right now. Is she able
Okay,
to
she said she
speak?
was able to get in. Joyetta, are you able to elevate Gabrielle Miller from an attendee to a
Yes.
participant?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Right, there she is. Good morning, Gabrielle.
Good morning. Thank you so much. I was trying to see if I could put in the chat. I'm a attendee, not a panelist, but you figured out. Thank you so much.
Yep, I was watching. Glad you're able to join. All right, we're ready to move to our next agenda item, which is in the U Street Historic District at 2023 11th Street Northwest. Amani, is that you as well?
It is,
Okay.
and this is a returning project. I'm just going to jump right into it. This came to the board last month. This is a rear addition. It was a 4-story addition, and it's now been reduced to a 3-story addition. They have done an additional flag test to ensure that there is non-visibility at this reduced height, as well as made modifications to their presentation for more concise plans. So I will let Carlos go ahead and give his presentation and go ahead and move forward. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Can everyone hear me? Yes, okay. So my name is Carlos Leipiana. I am in charge of this project, and we've met a couple times. The first time, it was a misunderstanding on, we had the original project, and then what we decided to take from the staff report to lower the height and the massing. So this property is located on 11th Street. It's basically in the middle of, or closer to U Street. So we're proposing to keep, the next slide, it's the demo plans. I know you folks have some questions before about what are we keeping and what are we not keeping in terms of the demolition. So all the interior walls are going to be taken off to accommodate the rear addition. We're basically keeping all the floor joists except for like maybe the roof that might need some sistering. Other than that, we do have a interior demo permit approved. we haven't done anything yet until we know for sure that this is going through. The second slide, the next slide, would be what we're proposing. We're proposing to get 4 units. And it basically, the basement, it's 1 apartment, 1 unit. And you get to this other units through the main entrance, as you can see here. Then we also, on the next slide, it's showing the elevation, well, the site plan. You can see that we are keeping the from the proper line to what would be the 1-story addition at the existing structure will be about 19 feet. The flag test has been done twice, and it's definitely not visible at all from any sides, from any points of view, except from obviously the rear. On the next slide, we have what we're proposing to do with the facade. We're basically keeping everything. All the openings will remain. We are just changing the windows because currently are just vinyl, and we want to upgrade them to aluminum clad, all in white. And then we're also keeping the turret. We're restoring all of the molding. We have to repoint the front and then painting it in color, in white color maybe. The steps are going to be restored. Right now, because of we have that demolition permit, they're painted. They have to paint it white because of the asbestos and lead, I think. But it will be restored back to black, and we're going to keep it the exact same. On the next slide, this is the right elevation where you can see how we're proposing. In the next slide, it's the rear addition. So basically, the basement will be completely underground or above ground. And the above ground is only 3 stories versus 4 that we had before. And we're doing brick all around, except for the first floor, it would be wood cladding. Basically, back roof to ceiling windows. And the next slide, we're showing sort of like the massing of how would it look. And as you may know, there is a big building at the corner that is being finished at the moment on U Street and 11th Street. And then the next slide shows also the massing in terms of that entire 11th Street. 'Cause that building gives a lot of shadows to some of the properties next to it. But the next slide, this is how it looks like almost right now. And like I said, it's not visible. The addition is not visible from any points of anywhere. We've done it twice. And the next slide is basically just how the back right now looks. If you really look very close, you can see the mock-up at the front, the rear top, that it's been there for a while now. In the next slide, it's basically another view, but so that maybe you can see better. The next slide, it is a rendering of how would it look in terms of the rear. And you can see the bottom is the perspective of the rear addition, like maybe from angled. The next slide And I think that may be it, but we have sections following up after that on the next slide. So yes, so as you can see, the basement unit, it's basically underground, and the top units, it's only 3 levels with a loft at the top level. In terms of height from the back, it's only 37, and I believe it was 47 before. We took all the recommendations from Imania. We're working a lot with her on this. So we basically just want to hear what you would like to, if you have any questions, just go ahead.
I thank you for your presentation and for bringing back more improved drawings this time. Do board members have questions? Any questions of the applicant? Right. If not, there is no one registered to speak on this application. And so with no questions, are we ready to deliberate? If so, I'll ask board members to turn on your cameras. And were there any materials that the board felt were insufficient this time, or are you all satisfied with the level of presentation that we received this time?
I don't have any questions on the materials, Chair.
Okay.
I'm good.
Okay, then I will, there are no other comments or questions. I'll make a motion that we support the staff report and ask for a second.
I'll second.
Okay, any further discussion? Then all those in favor say aye.
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 All right, anyone opposed? All right, the motion carries. All right, thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you, guys.
All right. We're ready for our next case, 2033 11th Street Northwest.
Yes, the confusing, very similar address to the
Yeah.
past case, which got us into trouble a little bit with some of the drawings last month. This one is a very different project. This is new construction within that same block. It's actually the building, the new construction will actually face 10th and V Street, so it will be more on 10th Street than on 11th Street, but it's pulling its address from the church to which it will be constructed behind, which faces 11th Street. So the site is currently occupied by a one-story non-contributing building, which would be removed and replaced with a 7-story all affordable housing building with a ground level daycare center, a child care center, which is currently located on the site in that 1-story building and will be relocated into the expanded and improved new facility. As you see from this rendering, the applicants have broken up the massing of the building into sort of 2 components, a brick component on the corner with partial height projecting bays. This portion of the building will be clad in primarily in brick. The bays are metal. And then the white portion behind is metal panel. With also with aluminum windows and aluminum spandrel panels. The staff is recommending general approval of this concept. It is very much in the development character of the U Street Historic District, as you saw actually in the slides of the past presentation, to have mid-rise apartment buildings interspersed with row houses. That is part of the character of the U Street Historic District. And we think it's entirely appropriate to have a building of this height and size on this vacant site. We made a couple of recommendations in the staff report, several of which the applicants have responded to, and they will show you later on. They were relatively minor in terms of there was a two-story brick component on the face of the 10th Street elevation of the building that was trying to relate to the height of the row houses that were to the south. We appreciated the design intent behind that. We just didn't think it was very successful architecturally for the building. And recommended that that be eliminated and that the building simply express itself with either a one-story base or just a water table, that it didn't really need to directly relate to the height of those two-story buildings. We asked for the canopy to be lowered slightly so that it would be more effective in providing cover and be more in scale with the pedestrian entrance. That has been done. We're also recommending that we were a little bit surprised that the proposal didn't include any sort of preservation plan or treatment for the church building itself. The church is a contributing building on the site. It's a relatively modest church, but it's a very handsome building with a nice corner tower to it. It shows evidence of some deterioration. It's got distinctive special windows with specialty shaped sash that are deteriorated. There's evidence that of roof patching and clearly wear on the asphalt shingle roof. There's a pretty unsightly air conditioning system that juts out of one of the first floor windows and has condensers in the public space. So we're encouraging the applicants to consider how this project could leverage some preservation benefits for what appear to be some needed maintenance and repairs to the church. We don't know anything about the financial structure of this project, nor is it our concern, but generally in the context of a large redevelopment like this, particularly one on the site of a contributing building, it's reasonable for the board to ask for some sort of preservation treatment to be undertaken for that contributing building. But with those recommendations, we're recommending approval of the concept and delegation of final approval to staff, and I'll turn it over to the applicants to talk you through the plans in more detail.
Okay. If the applicants are ready, you can begin.
Great. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Great. All right. Well, thank you for taking the time to listen to our case. I know that you've already reviewed the documents, so I will go through the presentation somewhat quickly. But again, thank you for the time. If we could go to the next slide, please. So just to orient everyone, I'm sure you're aware of the site. This is very close to the U Street Metro. Next slide. And as Steve was saying, we have our site's kind of this L shape. We have a church that is on the left side of the site, and then the one-story daycare building on the right side of the site. Next slide. And this is the existing conditions we have right here, which is the church, kind of a 1.5 to 2-story size building, which you can see in the top right corner, and then the daycare center, which is a 1-story building that has a parking lot in front of it that is located on the other side of the site. Next slide. This is just looking at the lot as it is. Next slide. And then what we are planning to do, which is basically to split it into two theoretical lots with a lot line in between. We also will be looking for we have a PDRM coming up with the zoning. We're not looking to expand on the massing or the kind of overall density, but we do have some questions on how that kind of split line is going to affect a rear yard setback. So that's not really what we're looking at today, but just wanted to give some context there. Next slide. So this project is looking again to be 65 units of affordable housing. I believe that we're looking between 30% AMI and 80% AMI, but I don't have the exact statistics on that. We are looking to submit this to the DC NOFA coming up, hopefully at the end of this year, for funding. This project is also going to retain the daycare center that's on site, and is going to also include a garage underneath that will have 16 parking spaces, which is above what zoning is requiring, but is kind of balancing the needs of the residential building and the daycare center, and some of the what the church wants to use there. Next slide. So this is the building. As Steve was kind of describing, we wanted to break it up into a couple of different massings, just to, I don't know, give some character of the corner, acknowledge the church, acknowledge the row houses. This is the concept that we had come up with. If you can go to the next slide, please. This is kind of a little bit jumbled, but so in the bottom right, we're just showing a diagram here that we were trying to maintain the datum line. I know Steve had mentioned that that area is under review as one of the comments. I have, I think, a slide later on that'll describe that a little bit better. But currently we're showing 3 curb cuts. Sorry, existing, there are 3 curb cuts at this site, and we are calling for just 1 curb cut and closing the other 2. And that curb cut would take place on the 10th Street side, as we are seeing that the numbered streets tend to have most of the loading and garage access, versus V Street, which is a one-way street with the bike lane, being less desired to have that curb cut on there. That main multifamily entrance is occurring right at the corner, and then the daycare would be occurring to the right. Next slide. So this is that facade on 10th Street. You can see that we try to bring the datum line with just a change in the brick material from a red to a gray at the base. I will say I think that this move allows the corner a little bit more of a emphasis, because the red brick now comes all the way to the ground at the corner, and not all the way to the ground at all of these other locations on 10th Street. So that's why we did that datum line, but I do understand that the desire to maybe look at how that would look without that. We also tried to maintain the width of the row houses that are to the left in our bay structure. So those bays tend to line up with the width of the row homes that are right to the left. Those bays do project into public space, but they all meet the requirements for that in the DC code. Next slide. And then this is looking along that streetscape. We are looking to have some cellar level units, so there are areaway that you can see there in the railing, and as well as kind of dressing up the garage entrance a little bit to look a little more like a row home. Next slide. This is looking kind of about to cross the street to the main multifamily entrance there. You can see the canopy. And then on the right side there, you can see the daycare center entrance. You can go to the next slide. So this is that V Street facade. So we are showing the red brick, kind of showing that multifamily entrance at the corner, but the entrance is on 10th Street so that there's not a kind of confusion of where to go. And then on the right side here, what we decided to do is use a purple brick that's kind of has a gradient to it. The purple color comes from the Tabernacle Church's website, and it's kind of the part of their branding structure. You can see that on the existing church, there's more of a blue color, so we tried to kind of tie in some of that same hue of the blue into the purple. And that purple is kind of acts as a reveal slice that kind of, crawls up the side of the building, provides a little bit of delineation between that red brick piece and the metal panel piece that overhangs the CDC entrance. We also wanted to do something that was a little more exciting for the kids as they arrive, so that's why that purple is there as well. And you can see that we're planning on putting some purple striping on the pavement right in front, where we set back the CDC entrance from the sidewalk, so there's more of an entry plaza, a place where kids can be dropped off and can just create a pleasant experience arriving versus being right up against the street there. If you go to the next slide. This is looking at from the corner of 11th and V. You see the existing church there, and then we are providing a yard there that will allow us to have windows kind of facing the church. So that would allow the, for us to continue to have really nice, daylighting for our units, but also creates kind of an intriguing scenario where you're living in, a fourth floor unit and you're looking out over top of an existing historic church building. So that was something that we wanted to maintain on this facade. Next slide. And this is looking at the rear corner. So we have a courtyard back here that is going to be used by the daycare center as a small playground. That floor that you're looking at is slightly elevated because we do have a cellar floor underneath, and that is where our garage ramp is kind of coming in. We're a little constrained on this site because we don't have alley access. So we do have to have that curb cut off of one of the streets, and we chose to do it on 10th Street. This play area would be enclosed and only access from the daycare, and then you can see we have a residential building above that. Next slide. Run through these plans quickly. We have a garage floor with 2 elevators, one that goes into the residential building and one that goes into the daycare building. There is kind of a thought that the church will use those daycare spots during their Sunday service. So there's a desire to want to be able to get up out of the garage and go into the church. So you would, if you go to the next slide, that elevator that's in the top left would kind of come out at a lobby that could be closed to the child care center. And then you'd be able to exit the building and kind of go into the church. So just trying to provide all of the uses that we have. You can see that garage ramp at the bottom right, a couple of units on the cellar level, and then the child care center on the cellar level. That's going to be split between a cellar level and a first floor right here. There will be natural light to both of those floors. We have our residential lobby and the childcare lobby are at grade. So if you can imagine, you're walking in, and then there's kind of a split level that happens at both the residential building and the childcare, where there's an elevated unit and a lowered unit, an elevated childcare section and a lowered childcare section. And we are providing the ramps that are necessary for that daycare center to operate. Next slide. As we crawl up the building, 2 stairs, 1 elevator, a number of 2s, 3s, 1s, and some studios with some projecting bays, as you can see. Next slide. This is just the top floor. I think the only change here is there's some bays that come back in. Next slide. Penthouse floor has all units, have a green roof on top. Next slide. These are the elevations. So this is at 10th Street again. Again, you can see kind of clearly here the datum, and then also that corner being emphasized where it touches the ground on the right side versus not touching the ground everywhere else. Next slide. And then this is looking at kind of pulling in some of the datum from the church roof line into that purple I'll call it the purple kind of incision or slice that goes through the building. And then kind of the different masses on the street to kind of break up the facade. Next slide. This is that facade with the church in front of it. And then next slide. And then this is the facade of the kind of next to that row home. You can see we kind of are providing a blank wall there. We're trying to take around the red massing and provide a line there that kind of delineates, feels like it's two chunks of the building. We've also talked about providing some form of a wall mural there, but we're still trying to figure out the budget on that. Next slide. These are the materials that we're looking at. So we're looking at high quality, durable materials, bricks, metal panels, and then for the kind of purple, we're debating between a kind of glazed purple brick or like a more kind of finely painted gradient pattern on top of a brick. So those are kind of budget items that we're looking at right now. Next slide. And then I'll just end on this. Actually, maybe I'll go one more slide. But so we reviewed the comments. You know, for the first comment, we said, all right, what does it look like if the red brick goes all the way to the ground? I'm not as big of a fan of this just because of the emphasis on that corner I was stating. But I could see us lowering the gray brick kind of delineation to a one-story rather than just a straight two-story. But I'll leave it up to the board to kind of to vote on that. And then on the second comment we received was to lower the canopy to make it more effective. So that's what we did. We would need to kind of change a few things there to design it, but I think that works. And then if I can talk just a second about the church, because I don't think anyone else from my team is on here. So the financial agreement with the church is that there's purely a financial agreement. The scope of construction isn't in the purview of the agreement. However, the church could choose to use those funds to update their building. And so while the agreement doesn't state, hey, we're going to, you know, as we're building this building, we're also going to fix your building, there's enough of a financial agreement there that they can choose to do that if they want. And so that's how it's arranged right now. But willing to hear comments on that. Next slide. And then this is lastly some of the zoning exceptions we're looking at, and then also just some sections to look at where you can see the parking, kind of the split level of the CDC, and how the split level also of that residential works. We're not asking again for any height variances or any density variances. We're going to 7 stories, which is the height that we can go to with a penthouse. And some of the things that we're looking at from the zoning side are that rear yard I was just discussing. Our garage ramp needs to be a little steeper than what zoning allows. And then we're looking for possibly removing the need for a loading space due to the fact that we only have 65 units, where 50 units is the kind of threshold for the ramp, threshold for the loading space, where we're looking at some traffic studies to be able to ask not for that. And we don't have an alley, which is one of the things the zoning code mentions for getting that special exception. So that's it. Sorry if I went over time, but I appreciate the time and open up to questions.
Does board members have any questions? If I could just ask you to go back to where you were talking about the material things at the base, based on staff's recommendation. If you could just explain that again, what your thinking was.
Are you talking from a staff perspective or from my perspective?
From your perspective, what you
Gotcha.
were, what your comment about the staff comment was and how you wanted to address it.
Got it. So yeah, so I personally, looking at this elevation, I feel like pulling the datum line where we have kind of either a little piece of coping or just maybe it's just the brick change from gray to like a red, allows for the existing row homes, even if those don't end up being there in 10, 15, 20 years, which I think they probably will be, but it allows for something to be there to kind of reminisce on this past experience. But the reason I like it from a proportion standpoint is that that red brick doesn't touch the ground until it gets to the corner. And so I feel like it emphasizes that corner because, you know, we have this material that's kind of up on the second story and then it comes down to the ground right where the main residential entrance is. If we were to kind of go with the staff recommendation of making, you know, don't have that delineation between the gray and the red, then I feel like it just makes that red mass feel a lot bigger. And then it also takes away from the emphasis on the corner. So I feel like I'm open to anything, but like if we were going to make a change, I would want to go to a 1-story gray band rather than getting rid of the gray band entirely. So that was the I think the comment response.
Okay.
Are the windows on the first floor, are they in a well? Are they down half a level or something? Like the
Yeah,
sort of in the center of the facade.
Yeah, in those 2 middle bays, we have cellar level units. So those are like, I guess the head of them are like 4 feet above grade, but they go below grade.
Okay.
Also, my name's Joe Waske. I'm with Soto Architecture. I don't think I introduced myself, but.
This isn't really a preservation question, and maybe Matt, you know this better than me, but could you say again the separation between the church and your proposed building on the west elevation? I think you need 40 feet in order to have windows all the way down. If you're having residential adjacent to any building type, not 10 feet.
Well, what is the side yard dimension there? Maybe we could look at that elevation.
That should be in the plan.
In the plan, it shows, not on that one, on the previous one, it shows.
Yep.
Yeah,
Go
there.
back
It's
one.
like 8 feet.
So yeah, so at the ground level, it's only a 5-foot separation, and there's
Yeah.
probably not going to be any windows along that facade on the ground level. As we get up to the level that has that actually has the windows, and you can zoom in there. I think we have we're doing the side yard per zoning right now, which is I believe 12 feet. And my understanding is as long as we're past 10 feet from a building code perspective, we're allowed to have windows from a fire separation distance.
Yeah, I don't know the zone particularly, but that
No.
sounds about correct.
It's 10 feet if neither of the adjacent walls has primary windows for a living area. It's 40 feet if one adjacent walls has primary windows for a living area or access to terrace decks or patios. Just want to check that with the building code.
Yeah,
So Gretchen, you're saying that the primary windows couldn't be on this wall, but it's okay for primary windows. So these would be at-risk windows?
I don't think you can have windows because if the church, let's say, and something horrible happened and the church catches on fire, that flame spread is close enough if it's less than 40 feet for fire heat to transfer into the adjacent building and could potentially cause harm to the adjacent apartment building. But that's what I think it's saying is you need to have minimum distance between 2 building walls on the same lot in Washington, D.C. that face each other. Is 40 feet if one of the adjacent walls has primary windows for a living area, which this would have windows for a living area.
Yeah, you really ought to get a zoning interpretation on that.
Yeah, you need to look at that. Yeah, that's
you
what
know.
I'm just saying. It's because you're not subdividing this lot, correct?
We
I
are,
don't know what theoretical temporary is, but you're not subdividing it. But your
we're changing it
subdivision is
into
not
two
before us
A.
right now.
Yeah, we're changing it into 2A and T lots, which are basically like condo lots. So, and then they probably will change into 4 record lots. So the subdivision will be occurring, but we're having a PDRM next week with zoning, and so I'll bring all of those things to their attention when we're going through
I
that
mean, I
process.
think if it's a normal side yard setback, you're probably fine. If it kicks in that it's all on the same lot, that might be something to talk about,
Mm-hmm.
you know.
Yeah. Thanks, man. I thought maybe you'd come across it before. You've done a lot of these kind of projects.
Well, no, to my recollection, I haven't looked it up. To my recollection, the zoning for this kind of density usually gives you about something like 12 feet on the side yard setback, and allows for
Yeah.
windows if you do that. But you should double check that.
Yeah. Steve, if this comes, if they do subdivide, would that come back before us for subdivision?
It could if you want to.
Okay.
Uh, I mean, typically when the board, if the board approves, if the board has approved a project, that's assuming you do. But if the board approves a project, then and a subdivision is necessary for that, and the subdivision wasn't specifically identified in the initial application, we would usually bring it back just on the consent calendar, explaining that, hey, there's a component of this that you didn't consider before. But generally, the board's been focused more on the conceptual design rather than the sort of logistics of how you get it through subdivision applications.
Can we go back to I don't know if there's a way to compare, flip back and forth between the gray brick or no gray brick facade there, Steve?
They're
That's
not
the
right.
gray brick version, right?
Yeah, they're not right next to each other, but and this is the other one.
So you, sir, prefer the pulling the reading of the row houses across the facade, quite literally.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, again, I'm trying to emphasize the corner a little bit and then also have some tie back. I think we could, you know, I'm not sold on the fact that we need a coping line, which if you go back to the gray brick option, you know, we have a band that's like a black band that is saying, hey, this is where the row house's height is. I could see that being more of a transition between a gray brick and a red brick with maybe like a Rolox sill or something that's a little less.
But do you have a view?
hardline.
Do you have a view of what this building looks like from the corner? Is there a view? Did I see that in there?
With the
There's a
gray
corner view.
option, not with the red option, but yeah, that's
Yeah,
towards
let's
the
just
front.
look at that because you're going to see this in perspective.
And that was sort of our concern, is that it felt a little pastiche.
Yeah, I got to say I agree with that.
Portion of one facade. It's sort of hard to see here, but
yeah, I actually think your corner is quite distinctive because of the canopy and the reading of the verticality of the 3 bays. There are 2 that go around the corner and whatnot. I actually think it gets better by making it simpler and letting the orangey red brick read as the whole building. And if you want to have some sort of reading of a water table or something of a darker brick at the base, that would be maybe appropriate. But I kind of agree with the staff that it's sort of, it's a little bit like, too many notes, right? It's one note too many, right? And I think actually it's an elegant building. It's simple. It holds the corner nicely. I don't think you need that, actually, to tell you the truth. The gray brick sort of washing itself across the facade, as if somehow there's the ghost of the townhouses that used to be there or something. I don't think you need that. I really don't.
That area that's or the portion of the facade that's the light gray, sits facade, it sits out a little bit from the rest of the building facade. Is that correct? There's
I
some
think that
change in
it's more of
plane.
a illusion. I think because
Oh.
we popped out a cornice or a like coping line, it looks
Got
like,
it.
but it's supposed to be in line, plain
Okay.
on.
Got it. Good. Any other questions for the applicant? If there are none, then is the board ready to deliberate?
And Marnique, I just wanted to bring your attention to, there's an ANC resolution in the letters file, as well as several letters from neighbors, both in support and a few in opposition.
Thank you for that, Steve. All right. All right. Are we ready to deliberate?
I guess adding on to Steve's note that the ANC is in support, right, Steve?
That's correct, right?
Yeah. I would just add that it's unfortunate that one of the letters came anonymously. It really would be helpful to know more about that individual and their ownership of their opinions rather than an anonymous letter. Certainly, we give consideration to all the letters that are submitted. So I would hope that people would feel comfortable to use their name.
Hey, Steve, could you go to the view from from the church, up by the church, looking down the street? Just, there was a view there of if you're up by the church. Yeah. I guess the only thing I would say is I find the red brick piece strong and simple. I find that the way the facade of the mass kind of takes a kind of little bump out to meet the white piece to meet the orange. I just wonder if there's a better resolution of that, and I think it's something maybe staff could work on with the architect. You know, I know these days people like doing curvy things and all sorts of improbable geometries. It just seems like there's an opportunity there to make something perhaps a little bit more emphatic to relate the line of the building that sits near the church versus the line of the building near the corner. And that to me is the only thing I would really suggest somebody take a look at, how that works. Otherwise, I think, I'm in favor of the project.
Okay. Other comments?
I don't have an issue with this amount of mass in the corner. I think there's some work that needs to be done. I agree with Matt's comment about the curve. It seems the curve and then the bit of gray just are not quite there yet. They need to be a little more definitive and sort of holding the ground. And this feels a little bit like a miniaturized Mass Ave apartment building rather than a U Street apartment building. And maybe it's having a little more ownership and looking at some of the things that are happening up and down 14th Street that might be helpful and more compatible with this intersection. That might be useful. Some of those are different, of course, because they have retail at the base and this is residential at the base. But there are a number of condos and things that have developed in the neighborhood that might be useful. And I feel strongly that I agree with staff that I think a preservation plan for the church would be appropriate. And it would be good to know if they're planning consideration for subdivision. And I still have some concerns about the building code allowing glazing, which makes a big difference if that's a big white wall adjacent to the church with no windows. That certainly impacts their unit layouts. But also that's something that needs to be reviewed with the building code and a little bit cart before the horse, I think, to come before us before the PDRM. The PDRM is often where you have some of those things that you need to address. Some of the bigger issues are on the table early on. So conceptually, I don't have any issue with the volume, but the resolution of the detailing and the cladding, I appreciate the note about the integrity of the materials. And the durability of them, which I think is important. But the way they're arranged, it just needs to be simplified, and some verification for code compliance. I think that should be considered.
All right, thank you. Any other comments? I am also in support of this and agree with the staff and what Matt shared about the color of the facade, the gray facade. I think you know, the staff's position with the red brick coming down to the base, I think makes sense. I wasn't going to say anything about the curvature of the white facade here that we're seeing in this view, but I do agree with you, Matt, on that. It would be nice to see that resolved in a different way. But overall, I support this concept, and I'll make a motion to support the staff report and ask for a second.
Second.
Does that, thank you.
With the additional
does
comment.
that mean, yeah, does that mean that we don't want to see it come back because staff is asking for us to delegate the final resolution after concept to them?
Would you like to see it come back?
I would.
That if it
I could go either way, to tell you the truth. I mean, you know, I think we've given a lot of direction here for staff to kind of help them with.
And I appreciate that. However, I'm not entirely sure what direction you would like to see the bay, the end bay of the white piece. I hear what you're saying, but I don't know exactly what a potential resolution would be.
Yeah, good question. Well, should be studied. How's that? No, just kidding. It just seems like they have a situation. Well, no, I'm sure you have. I'm just saying you have a situation you were trying to make these two planes resolve, right? They're in two different locations, and it seems to me that right now the approach you've taken is to take the existing white facade and just sort of smear it over that geometry. And it just strikes me that there's an opportunity there maybe to make something that is perhaps a little bit more emphatic, where the white piece that aligns with the orange brick and the white piece that aligns with the church could actually have maybe almost like a vertical slot or something that resolves the two rather than a diagonal piece of wall. In other words, one piece comes over, one piece comes over, and you could actually have some sort of, reading of a kind of vertical element there. It's a little hard to pantomime here, I'm sorry, but it strikes me that there is a way to do this without necessarily
Or design from behind the dais, which we're not supposed
I know
to
we don't
do,
want to
right?
do that. I know we don't want to do that, but I think there's a way to kind of study this and make them, well, here's the question of the architect. If you could resolve this without making a diagonal piece of wall, what would you do?
So the reason for the diagonal wall is that we need the square footage in the bay to make the unit work. So this is actually projecting out into public space, just like that brick, the red piece of brick is.
No, I'm
actually
not saying get rid of the bay adjacent to the orange brick. That's not what I'm saying.
No, understood. I was just explaining what we were, what the intent was. So we looked at this in a number of different ways. We looked at it with like, hey, what does it look like if it's two separate pieces? You know, the projecting bay and the kind of stuff that's to the right. We looked at it, you know, kind of lowering it.
Can you just put the plan up of the typical floor level, Steve?
Steve, do you really want us to design this over a conference call here?
No.
I just wanted a little bit more, just a little bit more discussion as to what the problem was that you were trying to solve for.
The problem is that the corner, the building, the elevations of the building don't talk to either the church or the adjacent buildings efficiently enough, and somehow they need to be woven together so that when they do, they either borrow from those lines or stand proud as a corner taller building, one or the other. But the gray, in my opinion, the gray over the garage is not a significant enough gesture. And then the curve for the square footage is something that needs to either wrap around or like needs to lock in or dovetail into the other facade in order to give some strength, and it needs to align with something related to the church, I think, as that element in order to make that elevation work, to show a progression for increased height and density as you go towards the street. That's what I think. I don't know if Matt has a similar
No,
opinion
I
or
think
not,
you
or what
said it
other board
well. I
members
think
think.
you said it well, Gretchen. I just think if you're telling me you want the extra square footage over the property line of the bay, I'm sympathetic. I've been there a lot, right? But if you're telling me this is the only way to do it, I don't believe you.
I don't think it's the only way to do it. I know that we've done it 10 different ways. This was the best looking one, but understood that it doesn't work.
I mean, there's a crispness to the building and a simplicity, particularly to the other side of the street, that I think is admirable.
Yeah, that was my thought, that this just was at odds with that, what you described as a crispness. So that was going to be my only comment about it. But does that give you enough, Steve?
I think so. I mean, it's ultimately Joe's problem to solve, but
Sure.
I think so. Joe, do you feel like you've gotten direction?
So I think I'm hearing that on the V Street facade, there's some reworking to be done. Is the 10th Street facade, if we go with the red all the way down, considered resolved at that point? And then we're just working on the V Street facade, because I thought I heard some different opinions on that.
On the V Street facade?
No, sorry. I think I've heard comments on the V Street facade and need to make some changes on the 10th Street facade, which is more the brick with the bays. If we go with the red all the way to the base, would that be considered resolved at that point? Or
in my view, that's a superior solution.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, then I
That's
think
clear.
I am clear on what needs to be done.
Okay. All right, then I think I made a motion, but I will make a motion to support the staff report. We don't need this to come back to us. But we're supporting the staff report with the comments that the board has made today. And I'll ask for a second.
I'll second it.
All right, thanks. Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? All right, so the motion carries. Thank you for this.
Thank you.
Nice work. All right, we're ready for our next application in Capitol Hill, 2298 Street Southeast. Is staff ready to present?
I am ready. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. So this is for a second and third story addition to an existing 19th century detached frame row house, which is contributing in the Capitol Hill Historic District. The concept shows demolitions of portions of the existing rear addition, an existing roof for that new addition, as well as a roof deck. All portions of the new addition will have painted wood siding to match the existing, and the new third floor addition will have a flat TPO roof. It'll have a screened porch on the first floor in the rear, some new bedrooms and bathrooms, as well as other accessory spaces in the house. And the third story will be set back 29 feet 2 inches from the front roof line, and the new deck will be set back about 15 feet 10 inches from the front roof line. I did go out and participate in a flag test on July the 5th. On that flag test, just want to clarify, there's two sets of photographs in the box folder. One was at the original drawing, which was 26 feet 6 inches, and that one was extremely visible. So while we were out there, the guy on the roof moved the flags back to 29 feet 2 inches, which is the concept that's before you today. It was visible from looking at the property from both the northwest and from the west, directly in front on 8th Street. A tree blocks any kind of visibility of the roof from a southwest perspective. And basically, the staff analysis of this project was that the creation of the visible addition is not compatible with the board's rooftop design guidelines, which discourage visible rooftop additions. In this case, the addition changes the roofline relationship with surrounding buildings and mass. And because of the rarity of this building type with a gabled roofed frame house, having any kind of visible addition has generally been discouraged by the board. They have oftentimes asked for it to be revised or changed slightly. So the staff recommendation is to the board find the current concept incompatible with Capitol Hill Historic District and recommend the applicant continue to work with staff to revise the concept to a non-visible or two-story addition. So this concludes my report. I believe the architect, who's the applicant, is on, so I'll pass it off to her, and I believe the property owners are also on.
Hi everyone, my name is Devin Brophy. I wanted to introduce my clients, Melissa English and Sean Murphy. I believe they're on the call today. If they want to turn on, I wanted to give them a moment to introduce themselves and state their intentions. I can see they're online. I don't know if they're able to speak.
Be able to, but for some reason we're not hearing them. They're unmuted.
Okay. Okay, well, if they are able to come back to that, I can start the presentation, then we can go back to them. So thank you all for allowing me to present this project today. I'm presenting on behalf of, like I said, Sean Murphy and Melissa English. They've lived at this property for several years now, and they're looking to add this addition to meet the needs of their family, which has grown in this house. So currently the house is 1,200 square feet, and they're looking to add 1,050 square feet. In doing so, that would be via the, as Jack mentioned, the second and third floor addition. As you'll see on this image right here, this 8th Street borders Eastern Market. The alley, it's separated by an alley. This street has a very diverse building typology on it. If you go to the next slide as well, please. As you'll see, this is across the street, mostly masonry houses. And then on the side of the street where my client's home is, it's mostly wood. We go to the next slide, please. So the house in question is the smallest house on the block. As you'll see, 229, the house to the 231 and 227 and 223 are much larger. So my client is looking to, the original intent of this project was to do an addition as essentially make the house look like 223. My client really admires them, that property, and was hoping to be able to have a home that looked like theirs, but through conversations with HPO staff, we've revised the addition so that it's set back, the third floor is set back 29 feet and 2 inches from the front of the building. Next slide, please. So you'll see here, we have proposed the existing home. We have a 10-foot addition at the rear. This is all zoning compliant in terms of the distance between the face of the garage and the addition. So we are zoning compliant in this design. The extent of the third floor addition is set back. So I believe it's a few inches visible at the top, which I'm happy to revise further to push it even farther back. And the roof deck itself is just taking advantage of that space that is available below the height of the top of the roof. Next slide, please. So the proposed existing home is a 2-bedroom, 1.5 bath house, and my client is looking to make it a 4-bedroom, 2.5 bath house, just to meet their needs. They have they have a daughter and they're frankly outgrowing their space, and they're looking to upgrade their home to be, this is their forever home. They're going to live here for a long time. The hope is they want to make this home energy efficient, and upgrade all the systems in the home. Right now, the house is all the systems are on their last leg, in terms of HVAC and water heater. So they're looking to just do an all-in-one encompassing addition. So at the first floor, you'll see here, we tried to keep the general layout of the home the same. We reoriented the powder room, and we redesigned the staircase so it was more code compliant with current building standards. At the second floor, we have kept 3 bedrooms here, added and kept 1 bath at this location. We added a staircase to the roof and added a gym. And at the 3rd floor, you'll see here, we added the master suite with 1 bath and the roof deck. Next slide, please. So as you'll see here, this is the flag test. This is what Mr. Jones participated. As you can see here on the left-hand side is the proposed addition. The roof does slope, the existing roof does slope up, so that way we wouldn't have to install any sort of guardrails at the roof deck. It would just, the building's parapet itself would act as a guardrail. So the intention is to keep everything exactly the same, in terms of the geometry. So we would like to repair the existing crown molding and window trim, install new wood windows, install new wood and block shutters. We received a comment from the Capitol Hill Restoration Society where they recommended the shutters be operable. We're more than amenable to that recommendation. And the intention is to keep the windows exactly the same. Right now, they're just they're not very energy efficient. So and the new siding will be the same exact exposure of the siding that is there now, and it would be painted white with black shutters, white windows, and then white crown molding. Next slide, please. So in December 21st, the city, there was this heritage tree that had been there for, I'm not a tree expert, but my assumption is probably 100 years. The city chopped this tree down in December, and this tree previously had provided a lot of privacy for my client and the neighbors opposed the taking down of this tree. They did not want it to happen, but the city did it anyway. And so unfortunately, I kind of got the image. It's not a perfect image, but the northwest vantage point, as Mr. Jones had pointed out, was I can only assume that the tree would have provided some sort of blocking of this, but I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention that there used to be a lot more privacy, but unfortunately the city cut the tree down. Next slide, please. So here are the side elevations and the rear elevation. I have another picture in here, but the rear elevation, the property itself has the existing home, and then there's a rear addition where the roof angles are funky. And my client is looking to just bring this home all together into one piece at the rear, so it doesn't look like it has a bunch of different angles, and really make it feel like a true nice home at the rear. We're having the matching window. The windows at the rear would match the front in terms of the scale and proportion. And then at the first floor, we would do a screened-in porch to allow my client to have an outdoor dining area. The front door is going to remain the same. We made a concerted effort to speak with the neighbors surrounding, and one of the feedback we got from the direct neighbor was to limit the amount of windows on the side that faces their home. So all of these windows that face their home will have frosted panes, so there's no visibility into the neighbor's yard. We also tried to keep the windows either double hung or casements. So we elected not to do any sort of window grills at the rear and side. Next slide, please. Right here, they see what I was referencing regarding the rear window, the rear addition. We have a bay window, sloping roof, and then another site. So the intention is to make this feel a little bit more cohesive. Next slide, please. Oh, I think that's it. Sorry.
We're prepared now, I think, to
Great.
talk.
Let me mute.
Sorry. Turn on your.
Are you, can you folks hear us now?
Yeah, but now you can't.
I can hear you.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Sorry.
So go ahead.
All right. This is Sean Murphy, Melissa English. I'm so sorry. I have no idea what happened with my computer. So we spent the good time that Devin was talking, unfortunately trying to troubleshoot. Thank you so much for listening to us today. We love living in this neighborhood and really hope to grow the house to meet our family's needs. We're hoping to build a full third floor to match the house 2 doors down, matching our current design and respect the architectural integrity of our community and a design that our neighbors love, while giving us that room to grow that Devin talked about. In our very narrow house, we have worked closely with the Historical Preservation Office to amend the design to meet preservation requirements, and really do hope that you'll consider and accept our design, especially considering the removal of the tree that completely blocked the, if you can go back one slide, completely blocked any addition that would have been there. Sadly, that was removed, but we do hope that you take this into consideration as you make our decision. Truly hope to become an active part of this community after I retire from the military in a few years, and to keep living in this house for decades to come, to continue to grow our family. And thank you for taking the time. Sorry about the technical issues. Oh, and our neighbors have really reached out and sent letters of support. All of our neighbors approved this design from across the street, on both sides of our house, down the street. We really love this neighborhood. We really love spending time with our neighbors, and hope to continue to do so. Thank you.
That concludes my portion of the presentation, or I should say, I forgot to mention, Melissa had mentioned the neighbor support. We had uploaded, there was extensive neighborhood outreach, and we uploaded 7 letters of support. The 7 letters of support were for the original design, but throughout the process, every time we revised, we have gone back to the neighbors to say, hey, do you still support this? And those 7 letters are reflective of that. So that concludes my portion. I'm happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
Sorry, real quick. They will plant a new tree in that tree box. I know it'll take a little while to grow, but in years to come, there will be a new tree there.
Thank you for bringing that up, Melissa.
Okay, thank you. Do board members have questions?
Yeah, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Could we go to the side elevations? Okay, thank you. So I'm a little confused by what is being proposed to be removed. Is the dash line that's shown here the current roof line? So there is the full gable that exists?
Correct. And we could actually keep that gable if it's preferred. It would just mean a higher parapet. That's not an issue.
Okay, thank you.
Is that the extent of your question?
That was it. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, all right, great. Anyone else? All right, if there are no other questions at this time, we do have a few public comments registered this morning. So first we'll hear from Beth Purcell. Is Beth Purcell ready?
Yes.
To give your testimony. Good morning.
Hi, good morning again. This is Beth Purcell from the Capitol Hill Restoration Society.
We can barely hear you.
Oh, okay. Let me try to be louder.
Yes,
Is
please.
this better?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right. Thank you. I'm with the Capitol Hill Restoration Society. This is a detached 2-story frame house, as has been mentioned. Fully detached houses are rather unusual on the Capitol Hill Historic District. And this one, because it is detached, visibility is a greater concern than it might normally be for a row house, which is attached. Basically, we support the staff report. We think that this project is not compatible, that it's oversized, and we definitely support the approach that the staff is recommending. Also, one other further note, the board has said on a number of occasions in its public hearings that trees, including street trees, are inherently temporary. And regardless of their size, they do not provide any protection or mitigation of visibility problems. So we ask the board to continue to take that approach. So basically, we agree with the staff report, and we thank you for considering our comments.
Thank you, Ms. Purcell. Any questions for her? All right. Then the next person we have registered to speak is Marion Connolly. Marion Connolly.
Yes, I'm here.
Great. You can give your statement.
This is very informal. I just want to say that I very much support their efforts to enlarge this house to accommodate their family. This is one of those tiny little houses that you find here and there around the hill. Excuse my voice. And my first choice was to have the third story because it's compatible with the roof line of other properties on the hill. The setback, to my way of thinking, is an awkward response to that the commission often approves to allow additions. I simply don't know why this is incompatible. It's hard to understand, and I very much support this particular family, but any family who would want to purchase this house, if they have to compromise what they do, it really compromises the ability of the property to support families. And previous owners have been single adults because that's about what it will accommodate. And I would just ask the commission to consider that over the almost 200 years of building on Capitol Hill, that there have been many, many additions to the streetscape that make the hill overall landscape, a streetscape, very interesting. 8th Street has a variety of homes. It is not a monolithic street. It has homes from the 1920s. It has this home, which is very early. We have homes from the late 1800s, and it makes for a very interesting streetscape. And part of that is because people were allowed to accommodate their needs through the architecture of and the building of their homes. And the approach here is so rigid that you're almost forcing a family who would really like to commit to the hill and stay here and continue to raise their daughter out because of really rigid requirements. So I hope you will actually give some thought to how this family can accommodate their needs without having to give up their home in their neighborhood. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Connolly. Any questions for her? All right. And that concludes public testimony on this case. I will note that we have
Was there a
ANC's letter of
Sarah
support.
Walsh online?
I'm so sorry.
Sorry, I think someone else was trying to sign in.
Our neighbors on the other side were wanting to speak. They emailed, I think.
Okay, we didn't have them registered, but we can hear from them.
Okay.
But as I was, if I could finish what I'm saying.
I'm so sorry.
Sorry about that.
Without being interrupted. We do have a letter of support from the ANC and several other letters of support in the file. If there is someone else who wanting to speak, we can hear from them. What's the person's name?
It's Jim Walsh.
Says he's on.
It's Edward J. Walsh.
Hello, everyone. How are you? Good morning. By the way, I'm calling from where I'm calling in from the West Coast. So as you can imagine, it's very early for us over here, and that is the level of importance we assign to our participation in this. I very much appreciate the opportunity to speak. We are directly next to this house at 231 8th Street Southeast. We would be looking at this more than probably anyone else on this call, other than the neighbors themselves. Actually, perhaps more since we're next door. I grew up in Charleston, South Carolina, where the original historic preservation societies were actually set up in the United States, where literally quite often you had to replace each board by board when you were doing any kind of renovation. So I'm very familiar with the kind of rules around these sort of things, and in particular, the reason why I bought on Capitol Hill myself was exactly this kind of commission and its ability of maintaining the beauty and historic consistency of the architecture that we all bought into when buying on Capitol Hill. I love Capitol Hill. I love what you guys have actually done to maintain the historic consistency. However, in this particular case, I am very confused as well as Ms. Connolly is with the current recommendations. I too believe that it was actually perfectly fine to add an additional third floor visible from the street. There's literally a house that is 2 doors down from our house where this was allowed previously. Perhaps the rules have changed. That happens, I suppose. However, in this particular case, to fit within what was perhaps a more acceptable guideline for visibility from the street, our neighbors here decided to change their entire architectural plan to accommodate. That's how much they want to make this work. That's how much they want to live on Capitol Hill, and that's how much they want to invest not only in their own home, but in our neighborhood. And not just for them, as Ms. Connolly said, for all of the other neighbors for hopefully centuries to come, to improve upon our neighborhood. And obviously, when talking about homes, these are also investments. And I think it's really important to remember that everyone's home improves in value when everyone's home is more functional. And balancing that with the historical needs of the neighborhood are absolutely important. And I think in this particular case, our neighbors have frankly moved as much as they can architecturally to make sure that they are able to balance that to meet the needs. As a former Charlestonian, as a current Capitol Hill owner and neighbor in this particular situation, I highly, highly urge you to approve this. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Board members have any questions? All right, so turning back to the board to ask final questions of the applicant before we deliberate. Does anyone have any final questions?
Yeah, I do actually. I'm a little confused. The flag test, the report says the flag test reveals visibility, right? That's what the report says. Okay.
Yeah, can we go back to those photos?
Well, and the other thing, on page 5 of the architectural presentation, they drew a section which seems to indicate that it's not visible. So I'm confused because the exhibits seem to be in conflict with one another. And I'm wondering, because if I look at page 5, the section drawing through the street, which is a common drawing we use to adjudicate things like this, it looks as though they've done, some work to sort of study
But that view on page 5 could be perpendicular to the building, not oblique, as
No,
is
no,
shown in the photograph, right? Yeah,
I
it's a
totally
common
understand.
thing that happens, right? Yeah.
I understand that. And I'm just saying that, I guess the question in my mind is, what could be done if one says, well, that generally this approach is fine, is the oblique view. So we see the oblique view, that little triangular piece there, right? To the left of the ladder on the photo on the right, right?
Right.
Is that what
Yeah.
we're saying is the offending
That little piece, yes.
piece there?
And
And I guess
I will just add that the board has approved minimally visible additions in the past. I think that's to our discretion, whether we say that it has to not be visible at all or if it can be minimally.
yeah, to my way of thinking, that looks minimal.
Yeah, I agree. Which is why I bring that up.
I might say so too, if it weren't for the fact that it's a mix of scale of houses, and we have on Capitol Hill denied cases with this amount visible in the past, on smaller buildings as well, due to the scale of this. I don't think a reduction in square footage would be too much to ask in order for no visibility on this scale of a building. It is a very large addition on the back of a very small structure. I mean, I say this as the owner of a very small building on Capitol Hill myself, right? And it's important to have that mix for diversity in the community. And I appreciate the testimony of the neighbors and of the applicants and for their desire for their family, but our purview is for the longevity of the character of the historic district, and the context and the very reason why everybody bought in this neighborhood and all the neighbors bought in this neighborhood, right, is because of the mix and diversity that exists of these lovely historic buildings and the character that's maintained. And I agree with all of the comments from CHRS. I agree with, and trees come and go, buildings come and go, they get slightly modified. I agree with the neighbor that testified about the modifications to the buildings. The code and the requirements in the district are not that they prohibit modifications. We're not living in colonial Williamsburg. It allows for growth and an increased density, just needs to have some compatibility. And so in order, it's really a minor reduction in square footage that would be required to not be visible at all on a small building within the Capitol Hill Historic District.
I guess the issue I have though is, it's a small building, but you don't see the totality of the building anywhere. It's just this little piece that one would see, and you get to get all the way across the street, some distance away from it to see it. So, while in theory, yes, they could make it smaller, I don't, to me, yes, it is a small building to begin with, but by extending it into the rear yard and still having a sufficient yard left, it's a pretty deep lot, I think is a plus. I guess to me, this fits the definition of minimal because you really have to strain to see this. I think, if I understand these exhibits correctly, you have to get all the way.
We diverge there.
Yeah, well, okay, we disagree. I think
that's
it's
fair.
minimal.
We don't have to agree. We don't have to agree, Matt.
Yeah, no, let me finish, please. I think you have to get all the way across the street to see this in some distance, and you only see a very small fragment of it.
Can I offer another idea for the board to consider? Sorry to.
Sure.
I'm wondering if, this is so close, whether or not, even if this portion of the front roof was canted,
that would help. That would help.
Just clip the roof so that you're not looking at a straight on flat piece.
Right. Let's give it a little haircut.
But just give it just a little bit of a dormer or a gable like form, wouldn't lose square footage, and could be sort of a softer transition.
I think that's the best idea I've heard today, Steve.
or move,
That would help a lot.
or maybe you have to move the stair 3 feet and you don't have a sauna. Maybe there's some accommodations that can be made within the square footage to make this work too. And we're not talking about a lot of square footage here, but maybe there are some accommodations in their program that can be made. And they're adding a significant number of bedrooms to an already small house. But if a roofline modification could make it not visible from the public right of way, right? Because we're not talking about just looking at it straight on. The oblique views are important because when you walk down the street, that's what you see when you're looking down the street, is this variety of row house types in Capitol Hill. And it's an important part of the context and character of the historic district. But if
But
a
I would
roofline
argue,
change
Gretchen,
could make it not visible, that would be fine. But if not, I don't think it's, in my opinion, since we're deliberating, I don't think it's too much to ask to have them move the wall 2-3 feet and modify their program.
I guess to my way of thinking, if you could do what Steve says, alter the roof and reduce it significantly there, since it's over a stair, it would seem like you could do that potentially, since the stairs going down in that area from the upper level, you don't have roof height and clearance issues, I think. So you might be able to do that and still fit all their program in.
All right. So, and can I make a motion that we support the concept so long as the applicant agrees to cant the roof so that it's no longer visible on the rear addition?
Would you accept cant the roof or modify the program so that the addition is no longer, or just modify the building so it's no longer visible?
Let's just say modify the addition so that it's no longer visible. They can choose.
And among their
that.
choices might be modifying the roof or the plan or whatever. They have to decide that. Okay.
Yeah.
And Marnie, could I just add one small thing to that for consideration? My preference would be to have that gable roof line retained. It seems that could be done just by making that the parapet. So essentially, you preserve the roof line, but there's nothing behind it. It's essentially for half of the roof.
Yeah. Does anyone have any thoughts on that?
I'm not sure I understand what you're suggesting.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
The backside, I think you're saying the dashed line of the existing
Keep
roof.
that.
Keep that. Yeah. Yeah. Instead of cutting it off.
It's hard to see it though, isn't it? I mean, it's in this very tight space between the buildings.
You would be able to see that.
Yeah, I guess just the
Are you talking
slicing off the gable to create that flat parapet just reads as kind of strange to me.
You can kind of see it in that
Yeah,
picture
you
there,
can
can't
see
you?
it right. Yeah, through that little gap.
Keep it.
Okay. All right, so we'll add that to the motion.
Thank you.
Sure, thanks, Phil. Is there a second?
Second, since we're already discussing it.
Yeah, all right, thanks.
We're trying to be
Yeah.
efficient. We're trying
Thanks.
to combine several different pieces into one.
I appreciate yes, the efficiency is great. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, so the motion carries. Thank you. Let's keep it moving. And we will put the Shaw Historic District at 1424 10th Street Northwest. Is staff ready to present?
Yes, I am, Madam Chair. It was a close one, but I wrangled my computer into compliance. So
All
there
right.
we go.
Good deal.
All right. Good morning, Madam Chair, other members of the board. My name is Brendan Meyer. I'm with the Historic Preservation Office. I'm the lead staff reviewer for the Shaw Historic District. This case is in the Shaw Historic District. The address is 1424 10th Street Northwest. It's a two-story contributing building in the historic district, and the owner architect, Felipe da Silva Pereira, is the owner architect. He's the owner architect and he's the applicant. He seeks concept design review for side additions and a roof deck to the house. The house is part of a small group of pre-1875 houses built before building permit records are kept by the city. So the date of construction is an estimate by staff based on our experience. This time period of houses, this type of house, is rare for the Shaw Historic District. It's part of a group of two-story houses, each built individually. So it's not built in conjunction with any other houses. It is different than the other two-story houses in its group because it is that the house is more narrow than the lot. So it was originally built with a side court on the south side, on the left side as you look at the front elevation. This court has been filled in, what we're guessing, it's been filled in for decades by a frame sort of shed construction that's one story at the front and ramps up so it's taller at the back. That's essentially a storage shed in appearance and use. The rear of this house has a classic dogleg court formed by its rear wing. The court is on the north side. The rear of the house is only barely by a sliver visible from P Street, just due to the geometries of this lot being close to the north end of the block, but not exactly on the end of the block. It's just south of a small walk-up apartment building. The apartment building's on the corner. The proposed concept has a couple aspects that I'll ask the board to focus in a second. The concept is an addition. It basically makes the temporary sort of frame construction enclosure on the south. The concept proposes to rebuild that in more permanent materials and raise it, make it 2 stories at the front. The dogleg court on the rear would be filled in and expanded in form and shape. There would be a roof deck at the rear of the house. That roof deck would be accessed by a stair on the south side of the house, where the side court is filled in. Staff has conducted a flag test of the proposed roof deck, and none of the structures or railings would be visible from 10th Street. So in general, the concept is largely compatible with the historic district, but there are 2 details of design that require closer consideration by the board. As I said, the unattached condition on the south side that's been filled in with a shed for a number of decades, it's really only of minor importance as a character defining feature. The new enclosure that's proposed to be built would make it 2 stories instead of 1 story at the front, but it would be set back about 3 feet from the front facade. Staff believes that that's a sufficient amount of setback to let the existing front facade and its proportions remain unaltered. Basically, the construction they're proposing to enclose that south court wouldn't really be perceived as part of the front elevation of the house, which we think is a good decision. However, the board may want to consider the material being proposed for the front facade of this new 2-story sliver. It is proposed to be a very contemporary material, a mirror finish, so to speak, that would be highly reflective. Staff suggests that a more traditional material like brick or clapboard would be more subtle and more in keeping with the materials of the historic district. But staff asks that the board look at that detail in particular. On the rear of the building, filling in the dogleg court is a fairly typical approval without much complication. This version, however, changes that question a little bit by expanding the dog leg, so to speak. They're raising the height of the dog leg by putting a roof on it and a half wall. So you have a sort of a monitor roof form. And they're also extending a freestanding party wall on the north party line that kind of extends the depth of the dog leg. Overall, it creates a very contemporary massing that's more prominent than the rest of the house. However, it's not really visible from any viewpoint that the staff considers crucial to the historic district. It would be visible from the alley directly across from it. But again, because of its because of the geometry of the site and how it approaches P Street, this dog leg expand enclosure would not be visible from P Street, and would also be blocked in substantial view by some garages that are on the alley. So it's an unusual form, but its visibility is very limited to just directly across the alley from the site. So those are the two issues that staff would like a little bit more direct guidance on from the board. So HPO recommends that the board find the general concept design for the side additions and roof deck to the house to be compatible with the historic district, but we seek the board's guidance on these 2 points. Thank you. I'll stay on the line for questions.
Okay. Thank you, Brendan. Does the board have any questions at this time?
No, thank you.
Okay. We don't have anyone registered to speak. So I don't see anything from the AMC, Brendan. Did you?
That's correct. I didn't receive anything from the ANC.
Okay.
I was under the impression that the applicant would be on the call, so let me
Are
check
they?
my
Yes, we are.
Oh,
Are they?
good.
Okay.
We
All
are.
right. Perfect. Go ahead.
Okay, wonderful. So my name is Peter Miles. I am a principal at the Drawing Board, which is also the firm where Felipe works, of course. So I will handle this presentation, and I'll keep it short for everyone. So
Can you, as you present, can you let us know your interaction with the ANC?
I
When you get to
will.
that.
Yep, I will let Felipe speak to the interaction with the ANC.
We have reached out to them, but we never got any.
Okay, so you haven't presented to them. Okay.
Thank you. We can just start on this page, right? So in regards to obviously kind of the biggest thing people brought up here, we thought of this from an urban perspective. So row houses really critically in an urban setting create rhythm along a block, and that rhythm is really experienced by pedestrians. So as has been discussed, what's unique about this property is that rhythm and that spacing changes when you encounter this row home. So we kind of looked at this approach. If we could go to the next slide, please. Thank you. Right, so looking at this approach, of course, you're often experiencing this rhythm as you walk through the city as a pedestrian. So really kind of a very oblique angle moving up and down the street. You see this void between the buildings. And of course, there's this strange later existing condition intervention that we'd like to remove. And to the north, you have a building that kind of completely breaks with the historic character of the neighborhood. So just to sort of orient everyone, we have, provided context photos. You can see the rear yard. I would like to draw attention just to the building to the north and the, south-facing windows they have there, which we did keep in mind when we created the massing out to the rear of the property to try to respect that neighboring property. We could go to the next slide, please. And so you'll see on these existing and proposed work plans, you see where we have at the south this one-story wood structure that basically comes up to the front plane of the facade. And of course, that interrupts that rhythm that we're discussing as far as moving along the block. And now you see a void in between these two buildings. So that's currently interrupted. The proposed intervention is to place this two-story addition, but actually go back 3 feet. So from most of the oblique angle walking up and down the block, the addition is essentially invisible. If we could go to the next slide, please. And just to speak here to the dog leg, that dog leg and that extension, the distance that we have it is required for fire separation from the neighboring property. Of course, the neighboring building has windows all along that southern exposure. We could move on to the next slide. So this addition in between the space that we're talking about contains the circulation for the project. So for the stair that goes from the first floor up to the second floor, and then the second floor up to the roof deck. And if we can move to the next slide, please. And then you see we have the roof deck. We've done the flag test. This is not visible from 10th Street. Everything is set back, and then there's a new double height space to help bring light down into lower portions of the project. If we go to the next slide, please. So this slide just demonstrates, you can see to the left of the elevation, you can see the gap in between the 2 row homes. And this is where I want to start to talk about the idea behind this material is that if we're thinking of this as at an urban scale, then you can think of it as solids and voids that are breaking up this rhythm. So the idea of using something like a mirrored glass is to primarily have this read as a void space rather than an additive space where we're putting something in infilling. So the idea of having something that's mirrored is, as you're walking up and down the block, it's not terribly noticeable. As it starts to come into view, you'll see the reflection of either brick wall of the subject property or the property immediately to the south. So as you first see it, it sort of would fool you in a little bit and make it appear as if this facade extends into the void space. And it only would become clear that it's actually a mirror when you're standing directly in front of it. And at that point, you kind of keep moving through the city. If we could move to the next slide, please. This is showing, you can see the axons for the rear, the addition at the rear, which again has, really kind of minimal visibility from off of the property, and that fire-rated dog leg to provide separation for glazing and other components on the rear of the building. If we go to the next slide, please. So we've did the flag test and are providing these diagrams just to show the visibility and sight lines from either side of 10th Street looking at the property. Next slide, please. So this slide, if we start at the top left, it illustrates the concept of this sort of monolithic void form rather than additional architecture and having something additive or trying to keep it with the idea that this is subtractive and a void, and trying to respect that history in sort of a new way. And then we're just, providing some ideas for the different finishes. So the front of the building is being repointed and painted. The windows will be painted, and then we're carrying that material palette around to the rear of a building, but using it in a more modern way. I would add to, I think, for discussion with this mirror, certainly if the board is amenable to the idea of that finish, I think one thing that's certainly worth discussing is the tint and tone of the glass and how reflective that actually is, whether it's sort of a darker mirrored finish that might tend towards browner or blacker, or whether it's sort of a lighter mirrored finish. There's obviously a lot of variation that could happen there. If we could move on to the next slide, please. So this is showing a view from across the street, showing existing proposed conditions. Again, just to highlight the idea of a void space in between the 2 buildings rather than adding other architecture that then you're starting to tie in. To the next slide, please. And you can see here, so this starts to illustrate the idea of, you see on this right image, you see the reflection in this facade and the idea that it makes it appear as if the other building continues on. And of course, you can see that that's no longer interrupted as it is in the existing condition with this, which isn't terribly visible in this photo, but you can see sort of that little wood shed that sits in between right now. Next slide, please. This is the same concept, but looking north. And of course, here you can see that that shed, given the color, is much, much more visible compared to the idea of just having a void form that exists within that space. Next slide, please. So this illustrates the condition at the rear. You can see the existing windows on our neighbor to the north. And then the final slide, please. And this is just an overall aerial view to show the proposed roof deck, again, not visible, everything set back. I will note there is no plan to have any sort of permanent awning or other structure on this roof deck. This is the design for the roof deck. And the compressor sitting on the roof also was part of the flag test and is not visible. And that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do board members have questions? Questions? Okay. All right. We don't have anyone registered to speak on this application. The question I would pose to the board is, do we feel it's important that we hold on our decision on this until the ANC has an opportunity to weigh in? Just to pose this question back to the applicant, you said you've reached out to them, you just haven't heard from them. Is that right? Not hearing anything.
Sorry, I'll speak. Felipe's in the office with me. He said he reached out about a month ago and then you followed up and you have not heard back.
I've not heard.
Okay. It could be that they're on summer recess or possibly, I don't know.
We sent them a presentation, but this presentation has been sent to them.
We can't hear him.
The
Really.
presentation has been sent to them,
Okay.
to the ANC, but we don't have receipt confirmed.
Okay. It's not just that you need to send your presentation to them. Typically, they would have you present so that they can provide you with comments. And then if they vote to approve or deny, they send a letter to the board letting us know the action they've taken and any comments that they have. And it allows the community to participate in this process, which is really important to our proceedings.
Understood.
Great. So I'll turn back to the board. Any comments? Does anybody feel strongly about waiting until we hear from the ANC?
I think it's good practice.
Yeah. That would be my take. Obviously we don't have a meeting in August, so my hope would be that the ANC would be able to weigh in by September, before our September meeting.
And it could obviously be on consent.
Right.
It could, yes. I know the staff was looking for us to weigh in on the reflective glass material.
Exactly where is it proposed to be located again?
That piece.
Yeah, I guess my thought is it's a cool design element. I don't find it to be compatible with the district or the materiality.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, completely.
It's maybe something that should be part of the rear yard, not the front yard.
Yeah.
Right. Right. Yeah, I would agree with that. Okay. So for today, we'll hold off on making any decision. The board has weighed in on the reflective glass, noting that it would be acceptable at the rear, but not at the front. So the applicant is certainly welcome to make modifications before coming back to the board, but our hope is that when you come back to the board, you would have had the opportunity to meet with the ANC and hopefully they weigh in
No,
give
can I
us
ask
their
I believe the staff's question was a two-part, which was they asked whether the board would consider clapboard or brick a more appropriate material.
certainly brick is always going to be a compatible material. But do board members have any other thoughts there on the materiality?
Yeah, I guess my interpretation of the design guidelines for additions is that brick would probably be a first choice. But I guess either seem like they could be fine.
Yeah, brick certainly would be the preferred.
Well, if he's seeking a color change, you could have a different color brick there, couldn't you? I mean,
Certainly.
I think that would almost be preferable.
All right. So
Yes, and then just process-wise, so we'll make another attempt to have to appear at the ANC meeting in August. And then we submit that letter to staff. And then at this point, would there be another presentation or review, or would it be consent agenda?
it could be consent, but that is something that the staff and the board will determine once we have all of the materials. I mean, the ANC could decide that they're not in support, and that would not be allowed to be on consent. So I just leave it open. But if everything is acceptable, the staff is in support, the ANC is in support, then likely it will be on consent.
Right. And then does and this might be more of a question for staff, but given that the ANC has not been responsive so far, does staff or the board have advice about how to ensure that we're able to have a presentation? Okay, thank you.
Yep. We don't control the ANC, but you can work with staff to figure out the best route.
no one controls the ANC anywhere.
Of course. No, thank you.
I'm glad you said it, Matt. I was thinking it.
We've all been there.
You might look at their, you probably already have, you might look at their website. Oftentimes the subcommittees have their scheduled dates when they need information from you and when their calendar of meeting times are. And then there may be others within the ANC that you could reach out to or call if you're not getting calls from somebody else. Maybe there's somebody that's a chair of another committee that could help you reach out to another ANC member, but staff will help you with that.
Okay. All right. So that concludes this hearing for today. And we've reached our lunch break and executive session. Before we go into executive session, though, we do need to vote on this. And, our council has asked that we go into executive session to receive legal advice on HPA 24-381, which is a case that is before us this afternoon. I do need to take a roll call vote to approve the request for executive session. So I will.
You make the motion?
Yes, I'll make a motion. Yes, thank you. Make a motion that we go into executive session as requested by our council. I'll ask for a second.
I'll second.
All right. And then we'll take a roll call vote. So we'll start with Andrew Arbach.
Arbach approves.
Okay. Board Member Bell.
Approve.
Board Member Marzella.
Approve.
Board Member Miller.
Miller approves.
Gabrielle. Okay. Board Member Failer.
Aye.
And I am also in support. So we have all board members participating today. We have unanimous support for that. So
And
And just as a reminder, you all were sent an email with the conference call dial-in information and the participant code. And Marnique, do you want to call that for 12:45?
Yes, I was going to ask you, we're a little bit ahead of schedule, so at 12:45, we'll go into that session, which is expected to last about 15 minutes, so we'd be back on this call at 1 to resume the rest of our agenda.
And Steve, the email about the executive session, that came from you?
It was, yes, it was sent on Friday together with the agenda.
Sent on Friday, you say? Okay.
And sorry, Marnique, you said we should call that number at 12:45?
Yes, 12:45,
Okay.
that's the time when our council will join us.
Okay, that's a conference call. That's a conference call.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, got it.
You
All
can
right.
just stay,
Good.
you can stay logged
Okay.
into this WebEx just on
Okay.
mute. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you can put this WebEx on mute.
Okay, so it'll last from 12:45 to 1, and then at 1, we'll start with Maple View.
Correct.
Okay.
All right, so I will talk to you all at 12:45. There's quite a long lunch break this time. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Afternoon. We're back and ready to resume our afternoon hearings for today. Our next application is in the Anacostia Historic District at 1227 Mapleview Place. Amania, would you like to give your report?
Yes. Can they hear me?
We can.
Oh, perfect. Hi, how are you? Welcome
Mhm.
back.
Thanks.
All
You can
right,
go ahead.
and I think Steve has pulled up the drawings. Perfect. All right, so welcome. I'm Imania Price. I am the Anacostia Historic District Reviewer for the case 1227 Mapleview Place Southeast. The applicant, Marcus Pounder, a representative of the property owner Southeast Neighborhood House, has requested the board review a permit application to raise a vacant two-story frame house located in the upper corner of Mapleview Place and Mount View Place in the Anacostia Historic District. The house was constructed in 1889, one of the early houses by Henry A. Griswold, the subdivision's developer. The building is characterized by its asymmetrical massing, cross gable roof, one-story front porch, and bay projection. The Southeast House opened in the 1930s on Virginia Avenue Southeast, and it was a branch of the Washington Welfare Association. It was a community center and served the Southeast neighborhood. In 1960s, the organization relocated to Anacostia, where it added its services. In 1972, it was expanded to the former homes of 1227 and 1225 Mapleview Place. The deed to the property has always identified the Southeast Neighborhood House as the property owner, or it has identified them as the property owner since 1988. The Southeast House has experienced a significant amount of issues between the 1970s and 90s, considered selling the property. The organization has narrowed its scope somewhat and focuses its mission on youth and children care. The house has been vacant since the mid-1980s and 90s. In 2002, the Southeast Neighborhood House proposed to raise the building. HPRB rejected the proposal, finding the property to be still salvageable. In 2015, the Southeast House returned with another raised permit application, arguing the poor condition of the property and an opportunity to replace the building. The board acknowledged the property had further deteriorated, but recommended against a raise and encouraged the applicant to retain much more of the historic fabric. And then finally, they returned in 2018 with a similar application, but it was deferred. In 2023, a structural engineer's condition assessment was conducted. As outlined and illustrated in the report, the structure is in extremely poor condition throughout, with significant deterioration and safety hazards. Due to the state, a more comprehensive survey of the interior structure was infeasible. They were able to examine the interior from the staircase in the rear, as well as from the outside, because there has been no shoring or support given to those features. Primarily composed of wood, the building has suffered extensive damage from continued exposure to the elements and rendered salvage efforts impractical. The report outlines interior structural damage. More importantly, extensive shoring would be required to salvage any portion, but it was deemed impractical, or the engineer's report deems it impractical to attach or shift loads with any of the existing framing members. The exterior is in a similarly fair to poor condition, with wood siding remaining in some areas but missing in others, and significant moisture and large openings throughout. The foundation has been compromised as well. They show steep cracking as well as unattended load paths, and the concrete piers are in fair condition. The floor and the roof framing have been compromised with exposed wood joists and rafters. Visible sections of stages of collapse are apparent, as well as extensive damage to the roof. The walls wood frame, as well as the cladding, have been plastered with a metal lath and is in poor condition. And the roof entire structure has collapsed. The structural assessment concludes that given the extent of the damage, it'll be difficult to repair the structure or access the interior. HPO also observed the property would tend to confirm this. So I want to say last year or the year before, the trust, the National Trust for Historic Preservation and the Office of Planning worked with the Children of Mine to try to figure out some sort of partnerships or help for these buildings on the lot. We were able to work with the brick building, but found that it was just infeasible to try to figure out what to do with the frame building to get at least support for that restoration project. For these reasons, 1227 Mapleview should no longer be considered a property contributing to the character of the historic district. It has lost significant historic integrity with its physical integrity. HPO is recommending that the board favor issuance of a permit to raise a non-contributing building which would be compatible with our preservation law. And now I will turn this over to the Children of Mine applicant. I believe Marcus and is on the line to give their presentation.
Ms. Price, I guess how do I share my screen or do?
They loaded your presentation up already, so we're going to pull up the first screen for you.
Okay. All right, thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. My name is Marcus Ponder. I'm the board president of Children of Mine Youth Center, along with Shanika Ponder, who's also on the line as well, who is our board vice president. And Ms. Price kind of laid out what's going on with 1227 Mapleview. We've had some issues over the past. This has been brought up several times. Over the past year and a half, we've had a change in leadership. So Hannah Hawkins, our founder, she passed away in 2015. And we are a nonprofit community center made up of volunteers. So we didn't have the greatest succession plan in place, but we did the best we could. And so our previous leader was unable to kind of take the reins on this. And so I was installed as board president in the last year and a half. And since then, we've been able to make significant strides in raising capital, raising money and donations and so forth to be able to finally address this problem. And so if you go to the next slide, please. So conditions assessment, Ms. Price pretty much already read through what that was done. We had Stillman come in and do an assessment of both the brick structure and 1227. And they found that, as you can see here, that the current condition lack of remaining structure and is likely not practical or feasible to repair. And so we've had several contractors come out, roofers and the like, and they all have made the same assessment that is just completely dangerous and not suitable to go in to even try to salvage any of the property. I know the question will become, well, how did it get to this point? How come you guys haven't done anything about this in the past? And so my grandmother did the best she could with all three properties. Like I said, we are a nonprofit community center at that in Anacostia, and so we've been able to raise funds. We take care of children for free. We're an after-school program. We also feed the community, which I'll talk to about in a second. But majority of the donations and the grants, as most of you all know, that comes through the city are specific to programs. And so most of the grants and the funding that we've received over the years have gone to take care of the children, to fund our after school program that is free to all and open to the community, as well as to feed our community that we do on a weekly basis, as well as our homeless and our vets. So we do a lot of work. We have raised money in the past, but like I said, all of our grants have been specific to our community initiatives and not so much on the structure itself. Next slide, please. So this is the structure. So the structure is in poor condition. As you can see, we have the building right behind that beautiful white building right behind it, and we also have the brick structure on the left-hand side. And so we've done the best we could over the years in maintaining them. We understand kind of where the property is and how it's gotten bad over the years, and we've done a strong enough job as we could in raising funds to keep all the properties at least sustainable. But unfortunately, this one was so bad it would just require a significant amount of money to build up. We also met with the LaFont Trust, who has that beautiful building across the street from ours, and they're in the process of renovating it. And they kind of gave us a lay of the land of what it would take to renovate this, and we just knew right away that it wouldn't be worth pouring that type of money into to try to salvage something that just wasn't possible to salvage. Next slide, please. So future intended use. So I talked about it before. We are a community center. We've been taking care of the community for the past 40 years, which initially started with my grandmother, the late Hannah Hawkins. Her entire intended purpose was to create a safe haven for Ward 8, for our entire community, for Anacostia, but all of throughout DC. So the core of what we do is a after-school program for children ages 5 through 18. In addition to that, we also have a very robust food program where we have a team of 10 volunteers made up of retirees who wanted to do something amazing for their community. And we built this beautiful food program where we feed upwards of 100 families every Tuesday. 100 families every Tuesday. And what's so shocking about that is we know Anacostia is a food desert, and John's talking about leaving the city because of crime. People are going in and they're stealing because there are not resources available. And so we have partnerships with 4 Safeways and 2 Targets where we pick up food on literally every single day of the week, and we bring that food back. Some of which is fresh produce, but the majority of it is not. It's boxed food, it's canned food that obviously is about to be taken off the shelf, and they graciously bless us with that, and we're able to then redistribute that out to the community. But we want to go a little deeper and further into that and provide some fresh produce to our communities, especially with Anacostia being a food desert, right? I don't have to give you guys the stats. You know that literally Anacostia has the highest rate of poverty across the city. It has about 3,000 families living under the poverty line. Many of those families we serve on a weekly basis, and we're planning to continue to do so. So our future intended use is to turn that space into our greenhouse, essentially building out an urban farm. As we know, Department of Agriculture has made this a priority in supporting urban farms, and we're seeing more pop up between Baltimore and in DC. And we want to contribute to that space and be that for Ward 8, be that for historic Anacostia, so that we could grow and do more than just feeding and providing groceries for 100 families every week. We want to do 200, 300, 400 families a week. But right now we're limited. And so to be able to move in this direction and to grow our food, to be able to can it and prepare it, and then jar it and be able then to give that back out to the community. Not only would it be a food source for the community, but it'd be a source for children to learn how to grow and make their own food, so that we can get away from 3,000 families living under the poverty line. So we can get away from things, the dependency being on the grocery stores to provide us our source of nourishment. We can provide that for ourselves. And so that's our future intended use of the property. I hope that aligns with what the goals are for the city. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. Does the board have questions?
Hi, yeah, Board Member Miller. I had a question about what your mitigation efforts might be if the demolition is approved. I absolutely commend all of your efforts to try to care for this property and your community and understand the position that this puts you in. But I wonder, with all of the historic wood that exists on this particular property and your planned use of planter boxes in this greenhouse, if you think that a way to potentially mitigate some of the effects of the loss of this historic structure might look like reusing some of that wood in a new space to continue to have that historic property continue to be a part of the present discussion. Have you considered any efforts like that?
No, that is a phenomenal idea. No, I have not, but we will. That is an amazing idea. And I think that will go excellent in the planter boxes. I think that's phenomenal. So yes, we would for sure do that. That's phenomenal.
I
Thank
agree.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Mhm.
Thanks, Gabriella. Other questions? Gabrielle, sorry. Other questions? All right. We don't have anyone who is registered to speak on this application. Just check in with the staff to see if you've received any notices from anyone. Okay. Gretchen, did you have any questions?
Yeah, I'm sorry that I was slow on the uptake, but I just have a question for the applicant, because as we know, we heard this this case in 2015, where there was an application for a raise as well. And at that time, we denied the raise on the grounds that it was inconsistent with the purpose of the preservation law. And given it's a lot of time that's passed between 2015 and 2024, almost 10 years. But we made some recommendations to the mayor's agent, and I wondered if the applicant could talk about any actions that might have happened as a result of that decision back in 2015. I know it's
Yeah.
reaching because it's 9 years ago, but just wondering.
Yeah. So, unfortunately, like I said before, our founder passed away in 2015. And so we went through a very tough time and most small nonprofits and most Black organizations don't have great succession plans. It's not something that exists. That's not something we talk about. And so unfortunately, we didn't have the greatest plan after that. She passed away with a tough battle of cancer, lung cancer to be exact. Which we come to believe that, because of many of the structures that we were operating in. And so we've mitigated a lot of that. We've gone through a whole plan of getting new leadership in place, which I'm here. So, I know I don't want to brush over the fact that it's been 8 years, but during that time, I wouldn't say that wasn't our biggest priority. It was figuring out what was our next steps to install a new director, to get some new leadership in place, to continue the work of the actual community center itself. So I can't talk to that. I can only talk to the disarray that we were in, trying to just scramble to figure everything out.
I would also like to add to that the money that we also had at that time was used to feed our community, feed the children, maintain the property that they were in and out of. And so I will say, when my brother and I took over officially like last year, we have been able to successfully raise funds to be able to go ahead and do the plan that we talked about today as far as the farm. So we're able to build it out. So yes, it takes a while, but anybody can tell you too that it takes a while to raise thousands of dollars, especially for Black small nonprofits. But I am happy to say that we have finally raised a lot of money to be able to create this plan now that we have presented to you all today.
So because of that, you might not know, or it sounds like you don't know what your case before the mayor's agent was going to be, or what you were planning to say, about the condition of the property and what you needed to do and why your case required a broader consideration. Is that right?
Yeah, since then the leadership has changed. So yeah, so no, to answer your question, no, we don't know the answers to that.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? If there are no other questions, and we don't have anyone speaking on this application today, is the board ready to deliberate?
Yeah, Chair Heath, if you wouldn't mind, before we go into deliberation, I would just feel more comfortable disclosing that two or three, I always lose track. I think 3 years ago, I was a co-chair of the Association for Preservation Technology Conference, and I worked with Amania to set some workshops with Child of Mine to do some demonstration on the brick property that's adjacent to this one. But because both are owned by the same entity, I feel like I should disclose that I was involved in some workshops that talked about creating models for residents of Anacostia to come and learn about different ways that they could or could hire or could perform themselves maintenance on buildings that are like the brick building with wood windows. And so there are a number of there was a workshop that we held to do that. I didn't profit from it. I didn't make any money from it. I didn't pay for it. I volunteered my own time for it. And I don't feel like this would conflict me from voting or sway me on my decision that I'd make on this property at 1227.
Right. Thank you for that, Gretchen. All right. And I'll ask board members to turn on your cameras. And anyone have thoughts they'd like to share to begin deliberation?
So I clearly I
Go
was
ahead.
not here when the initial application was put in for this property. So I'm not sure what the outcome of our conversation deliberation is going to be today. But regardless of the outcome of that, I think that mitigation and conversations about ways that may be feasible for a nonprofit with limited resources or stretched resources, I should say, can be used to recognize the historic character of this space, not only on the property itself, but perhaps using digital means, using creative means, as I had said before. Of course, I think that there have probably been many discussions with the staff of the Historic Preservation Office. I think of examples like the Anacostia Community Center and their Before the Bulldozers project, and how they utilize creating virtual spaces to remember what a space looked like at a given point in time and the historic character of that neighborhood. So like I said, I'm not sure what the outcome of our conversation will be, but I think I would like to see from the applicants perhaps a mitigation plan if there's any preservation plan going forward.
Are we allowed to ask? Are we allowed to ask for that? I mean, is that something we can request? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's sort of too bad. It's very too bad because the house has very nice lines. It from the street, when you look at least the initial pictures, they are, it has really nice proportions and has some elegant aspects to it. And then you go around the corner and things start to get bad.
Well, the real shame is that it continued. I mean, it's not like it was nearing this condition in 2015, and here we are. I don't mean to sound punitive or anything like that at all. But it's a real shame that in 2015 we weren't that much, wasn't that much difference between what we're looking at 10 years later. the roof structure, I think, is far more deteriorated than I recall in 2015. But you know, that's 10 years reaching back in my memory. But the real shame is that there wasn't an outreach at the time by the director then to make use of resources. There's grant money, you know, reverse grants that help people to maintain properties at the time when the building was salvageable. But this condition clearly is I don't know.
Well, I guess the question, Gretchen, is have we reached a point of no return? I mean, you know, is it to the point where just, you know, it isn't salvageable?
Well, I don't think it doesn't appear to me from the information we have from a structural engineer, certainly that I know as a structural engineer, with whom I have quite a bit of professional experience doing very challenging preservation projects. I don't know if they were asked the question, you know, is this building salvageable, or, you know, would you give us a report that would support the removal or demolition of this? But, you know, somehow it depends on what the question is that you're asking them. But regardless, the information that's there, and when I've been by here recently, just keeps getting worse and worse. And I do think it's demolition by neglect. But if it is demolition by neglect, you know, declaring it in this case doesn't really help us for the greater good, I think, in moving forward. And I would encourage us not to think about, you know, the greenhouse idea sounds really great, but that's not what we're here to talk about, what we're here to decide on. I like Gabriella's idea for reusing the you know, components of the building for whatever can be done, to recognize that it was there, however it could happen, regardless of whatever the new use is or how it works, because whatever the new use is are going to have to come before us as well. If there's a new building that's built within the historic district, that will still come before us. But I do think it's demolition by neglect. The thing that I think is declaring it and sending it to the mayor's agent. I wonder, you know, with the way demolition by neglect is written in our codes, you know, clearly it's not enforceable, and it doesn't really achieve the end goal of salvaging our buildings. In some cases, you know, this is a series of, you know, horrible events that happen, losing you know, the death of the director, you know, which caused the instability of the organization. There's a whole series of very unique things that led this to this final condition, which is really a horrible position for the applicant and for us and for the staff and for the district and for the historic district to be in, right? So it's not good all around. And so how do we move forward to help everybody and achieve a greater good, I think.
It does seem that this is, I agree with you, Gretchen, certainly demolition by neglect, but it doesn't seem like this is salvageable as in its current state. And so I agree with you. I like what Gabrielle has recommended. And I would encourage the applicant to do just that, reuse whatever materials you can, and make sure that the story of this building is told, so that it's not completely lost. But because what we're being asked today is if this building has, based on the information we've been presented, lost its integrity, such that it is no longer contributing and thus could be demolished. And I think the material that we have before us today does represent that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the look, I've been in this business long enough to know that, you know, you could remake this, you could fix this building. It would cost an immense amount of money, and I guess that's the trade-off. I mean, I look at the outside with the middle center picture, and I know the other pictures are very germane to this, but if somebody had the resources to do so, you could do it. It doesn't sound like that's in the cards.
Right, it doesn't.
Which is a really bad place to be, because I agree, the demolition by neglect is really irresponsible. And it would have been nice to see this group sell this building years ago, before it got to this point.
Yeah, agreed.
To somebody who
I
would have
guess
been
I
a
wonder if there's,
caretaker. Sorry, go ahead.
oh, I'm sorry, Matt. I didn't mean to talk over you. Keep going. I'm sorry.
No, I'm done. I'm done.
I wonder if there's a message, maybe this is our, maybe we need to press for a reevaluation of the definition of demolition by neglect in the code, and the actions for resolution in a way that are supportive rather than strictly maybe fining people or punitive. Maybe there's a way, because people often in demolition by neglect can find themselves in that position through extenuating circumstances, and maybe there's a way to support people that are not just strictly out to let buildings, decay because they don't care about them. They really do care about them, but they don't have the means or the organizational backing or support or financial ability to help. But there has to be a way for the district to, in these kind of situations, support to make it happen, at least to mothball buildings or find a way to, all it would have taken in 2010 probably is a new roof, right? And we wouldn't be here today, right?
Yes.
So maybe
I
there's
think
a
that's an excellent,
about how
as
to
a
do
policy,
that, or how to,
that's an excellent idea. If there's a way to look at this and prevent things from getting to this point.
Yeah, and I'm no legislative expert at all. I'm just an architect that knows how to work on old stuff. But somebody who's a legislative expert must be able to work. There must be a lawyer out there that knows how to write the language to make this change, so that when there are cases like this, where it's a matter of, where somebody's really trying to make it work and just can't, that there's a support net for them to at least mothball it or stabilize it or a fund.
Yes. And, and the situation right now is a terrible precedent, really.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a shame that this didn't.
Sorry, I cut out there.
Wasn't able to. Oh, yeah, no. Go ahead, Gretchen.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, I was just going to say it's a shame that this.
Hear me?
Now I can.
Oops. Now you can. Okay, sorry. That's my vacation Wi-Fi. Different than somebody that, is either with intention or just through plain neglect is ignoring the decay of their building to the detriment of the historic property in the district. That, I think, is a very different case that goes to the mayor's agent. But certainly there needs to be some kind of legislative review, and maybe we all need to talk to the commissioners in our city and the ANC about how that can happen to revise that legal language.
I have a question for the chair and or the Historic Preservation Office, and if this isn't the appropriate place for the question, we can talk offline about it. But I'm just curious if we have a publicly accessible list of at-risk properties. I think of, as far as being a federal district with links to many federal organizations, I think of the Save Our Places campaign with the National Trust for Historic Preservation, and what the visibility of at-risk properties does to assist community members in being able to fundraise for those properties and raise awareness. When we have properties like this that are at risk, is there anything that's done to sort of promote that status?
That would be a question for staff.
I can try and answer that. There is not a specific fund currently for that sort of thing. The city does, of course, track vacant and blighted properties and uses the property tax code to encourage those properties to be brought back into property maintenance standards and ideally occupied through the imposition of higher tax rates for vacant and blighted properties. So that's the stick that the city uses. In terms of carrots, there isn't a particular one, but it's an interesting idea, and we can certainly float that idea up and see if there might be provision for such a thing. You all might be aware of the Kennesaw Apartments up on 16th Street, which the council changed some of the legislation related to the homeowner grant program to allow a multi-unit building to be eligible for that. And as well as a special appropriation specifically for that building, and that work is underway right now, addressing many of the problems that the building had. But that was sort of a one-off approach, but it wouldn't necessarily have to be a one-off approach. So, but we can certainly share your comments with the director of the Office of Planning.
Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. If there's any way I could be of assistance in that, Steve, I'm glad to help. Like I said, I'm no lawyer, but I just think for the benefit of, if there were a minimal outreach the district could make to save a property, then an organization, like in this case, if we had something in place, then an organization like Child of Mine would be in a very different place with a beautiful home, beautiful property that they could either use or sell or, occupy or rent. That it would be a benefit to them and the historic district and the community all around for very little effort on the part of the district.
Any other thoughts? Matt, did you have anything?
No, I think those are all excellent suggestions, and people need to become aware of, if you can't take care of something, you need to do something about it, particularly something like this. Don't just let it sit there. Get some help or sell it.
I do think that that I know that from the interaction I've had with Amania and Child of Mine in talking about potential workshop opportunities at both of the properties, that we did talk about looking at this property as well, but it was too dilapidated at the time to have people around it safely, even around the exterior of the building. So I know that from what I understand and what I've heard and what I know from
we lost
We
you,
lost
Gretchen.
The Wi-Fi from Tahiti is not working.
Yeah, right.
Right. Child of Mine has tried to reach out. Sorry, I know that Child of Mine has tried to reach out, but just the resources and the organization just weren't working in sync with their availability.
Fair enough.
Sorry. But I do agree with you. I do agree with you in principle. And I think in that light, should we find that we approve the raise, that this is a very unique situation that I would say I wouldn't imagine any other case that would be the same as this. So this is not a vehicle to circumnavigate, the demolition by neglect or the mayor's agent, should we decide that that a raise is consistent with the Preservation Act.
Agree. I think that's a really important point to make. Okay. Anyone have any other thoughts they want to share?
I think we all wish we weren't here.
I know, absolutely.
In this situation.
Yeah. Okay. Then, are we ready for a motion? I think we've deliberated about this. But
Are we
I can,
asking to support the staff report or to
That-
approve demolition? What's
that was my recommendation, or my motion was going to be to support the staff report, which recommends in favor of the raise.
Yeah, based on our discussion, I would second that.
And it's specifically, to my earlier point, it is a raise to permit the raise of a non-contributing building.
Yeah.
Right. So we're acknowledging that.
Well, more exactly, you might say no longer contributing.
Right. Yes, that is more accurately
Yeah.
stated.
Unfortunately.
All right. So the motion is to support the staff report. Do I have a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay. Thanks, Matt. And I will add to that motion the recommendation of Board Member Miller to the applicant, given that we are moving the direction of the raise. We think doing some mitigation plan is certainly appropriate. And so any further discussion on that motion? If not, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? All right.
I'm in a position only to make the case that there's further revision and editing to demolition by neglect that's needed within the district to make the law more effective.
Noted. Thank you. All right. And thank you, everybody, for your participation in this today. Very unfortunate. All right. And we've reached our last case of the day, which is 432 M Street Northwest. Is staff ready to present?
Yes, I'm ready, Madam Chair.
All right. You can go ahead.
All right, good afternoon.
I think you muted yourself.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
Fingers off the keyboard. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Brendan Meyer. I'm with the DC Historic Preservation Office. I am the lead reviewer for the Mount Vernon Square Historic District. This case is case number 24-375. It is at the address of 432 M Street Northwest, an existing two-story building contributing to the character of the historic district. The applicant is a contract buyer named Solo Investment Group. They seek concept design review for a 5-story rear addition to the historic building. It would convert the building from a current church use to a 16 to 18 unit residential building. Plans were prepared by Ronnie McGee of R. McGee and Associates. 432 M Street is a handsome early Victorian building built on its own on a block of buildings that were mostly all built individually. There's one or two, there's one good row of matching buildings across the street, but in general, the buildings on this block of M Street were individually built. So this building is not part of a group. Probably the most significant thing about this property is the dimensions of its lot. It is a very, very deep building lot, almost 150 feet deep. That's due to the geometry of the square that the lot is on. This square, the south side of it, runs along New York Avenue, which is a diagonal avenue. And so the lots get progressively deeper as you move on the square from east to west. This lot is towards the west end of the lot, the center of the lot, right at an alley, north-south alley that goes to the center of a robust alley network in the center of in the middle of the square. So the context for this site is a handsome small historic building at the front of the lot with a very deep and open lot. At the back of which, in addition to all that, the buildings across the alley are a landmark building, the Yale Steam Laundry, which was a historically large industrial complex that has a modern tower apartment building addition approved by the board some years ago. So the built environment immediately behind this lot is very tall, a lot of tall buildings. The context of the alleyway is that there are several large structures back there. The board has also previously on other row house lots adjacent to this building and to the east on 3 or 4 occasions, the board has approved very tall rear additions under the premise that they should go as far back on the lot as possible, be lightly connected to the historic building in such a way that the tall addition, 4 or 5 stories, can be far back enough away from M Street that the additions are not visible. For this concept, the addition would conceivably remove a small rear addition from the historic building, demolish portions of a rear wing, and situate a tall addition up against the main block of the building, bringing it close to view from M Street. Staff did conduct a flag test with the applicant's architect for their proposed dimensions that you'll see in this concept design, with some variations and looking at some design options. There is some slight visibility above the historic building. You will see 2 options for a penthouse. One option has a very visible penthouse. Another one has one that's slightly set back. But at the end of the day, at the end of the flag test, there was still some visibility of the addition over the historic building. There is also an issue that the rear addition will have a bit more visibility due to the alley. That's nearly unavoidable, but the concept design should take steps to consider the amount of visibility due to the alley. You know, this side of the addition is going to be visible as part of the alley. So in that receding view back away, even though you're going to see it, some thought should be given to the materials at the alley. In general, this is really going to be a question of correctly positioning the addition so that way it does not have any substantial impact on the views of the historic district from M Street. Visibility concerns at the rear aren't a major issue simply because the board has approved large additions at the rear for other row house projects, and there's already an established language of very tall architecture within the center of the alleyway network of the square. In general, the staff is recommending that the board advise the applicant to revise the location of the addition so that it's farther south on the lot and return to the board for further review. I'll remain on the line to answer any questions.
Okay, thanks, Brendan. Is the applicant ready to present?
If can put the presentation up, I appreciate it. Okay, my name is Ronnie McGee, principal at Armageddon Associates Architects. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members. Thank you for the opportunity to present. This building is a very elegant building. It's probably shorter than some of the other buildings on the block. If the addition were to exist on any other place on the block, you wouldn't be able to see it. But in this case, you see it from the alley. a bit from the side, and we think we can position it so that you cannot see it directly across from M Street. We had about a 15 or 16 foot elevation that was not visible. Above that was visible, but we had positioned the original drawings we have here to show it at a height that would be about a foot or so visible. So we think we can push it down to make or back to make it work. But that's the idea, is that if that's the board's goal. So we're really trying to get board comments. We presented to the ANC. The ANC 436, I guess, across the alley is the condo over there. Some of the members showed up. A number of the members, the immediate neighbor to the left and other neighbors showed up, and they commented on shadow lines and things, and we were prepared to show them shadows of the building once we finished the original the design. And they were mainly concerned about having additional parking and some visibility from the street, but the idea is how much shadow would it place on their building. So it was not a lot of opposition to the overall idea of an addition, since 3 or 4 of the buildings right adjacent to ours have additions at the rear. So if we can go to the next slide. So the work would include restoration of the main block. As you see in the section here, the main block is the pink, and standing across the street, there's a big tree in the way, so it's hard to get a shot of a direct shot of the flag at this point. But we were able to establish where it wasn't visible, and we can document that. The idea is to put the building at a point where it would not be visible. So the fact that it might be visible in the flag test we showed, we would push the building down a little bit. Right now, we're showing at the floor levels. The first floor goes up about 5 feet. We would probably push the first floor of the addition down so that it was probably more at grade, and that would give us that potential invisibility. It would always be visible from the alley as you position stuff. Now you look down and you see the green, the turquoise part. The yellow might be an area that might be a deck for accessible from the new addition, which again, we could make that invisible also. There's a penthouse capability. The penthouse shown here on the bottom left is one showing a size that would make it available to be a unit. If we can't do that, the potential is to have a penthouse be a second floor to a 4th floor unit there, and have that just be a duplex unit, and we can move it back. But the idea is, if you look at it, the many buildings that the board has approved in the past where the element is so far back that it looks like it's part of the assemblages in the rear. And if you look through the alley here in this building, there are taller buildings that you can see above our building, the buildings you can see in the alley. And actually, I have a photo that shows this, but somehow I migrated out of my set. If I can share screen, I can show you that as existing condition. I don't know can we do that, Brendan, or not? Can we share screen or not?
No, you can't.
Can't. Okay, no problem. So I can make that available to the board. Again, we're seeking comments at this point, and
if this, sorry, Ronnie, if the slides advance, I believe your photographs will be available.
Yeah, there's a better shot of it, but yes, I think. But go ahead. So the idea is that this is the configuration. The turquoise area is the addition. The larger penthouse would look like this. It would be further back if we made it the smaller one. But this is the view shed that you have on the building. All right, next slide. So all these are, I'm assuming you've seen these, are different views, context of the building. The slide that migrated out in the upper left-hand corner showed the view if you move 20 feet to the right, and it shows you the side of the building. There's a step down of existing additions, 3 additions to the building. One story on the left behind that, the first window on the left side is a 1-story addition back there. There's another addition, a 1.5-story addition behind the bay, and there's another 1-story addition behind that. So there are 3 different iterations of additions on the building. So we're suggesting that dogleg come down and we put the addition behind it, similar to what's happening on buildings adjacent to us. As you can see from the rear, as Brendan eloquently described, there's lots of construction back there that's much bigger, and this is just a view of the adjacent building, but there are other buildings in that view shed that are tall, and across the New York Avenue, you can see those about 90 feet tall. So next slide. So this is Brendan included this in his analysis. This is the demolition that we're talking about. The little red, the 2 pieces in the back we're talking about taking down. The piece on the far right in the upper corner, that was added to increase the size of the sanctuary, and it is another addition to the building. So we're thinking that we keep the main block, restore the building, and then the addition will be similar to what's happening on the rest of the blocks. Next slide. So this is the basic configuration. And again, we would slide this addition up and down to make it as invisible as possible from directly across M. We have a couple of questions. One is about the obviously the demolition, but also the materiality, which we'll get to in a minute. So next slide. When in the meeting with the ANC, they were very concerned about providing parking. So we had a scheme where we had a courtyard where the piece was further back, either courtyard on the party wall side or on the alley side. We examined both, but after the comments about the parking, and that was one of their main issues, we made a consolidated scheme. We came up with this one. Obviously, we can revisit that. So this is the penthouse. If we had the smaller penthouse that we can make invisible. Next slide. And this is the view of the building. Then the addition would be a little bit over 40 feet back from the main facade, and the penthouse would be 50 feet back or further back to make it invisible. And that's the rear, basically, of the building. We're looking at a panelized and brick facade on all four sides. See the gray panel on the left and the brick on the right and from the rear. And the idea is that the step down of brick of the current alley elevation, we're looking at brick as a base for the building on the alley side. So we'd have brick. Now, whether it matches that brick or needs to look different, and whether the fenestration needs to be a modern fenestration or a double hung 2/2 like the existing, we're kind of looking for guidance for that, because I've heard different versions on different sites by the board as to whether compatibility is the goal or whether showing a significant light or perhaps more modern addition showing a separation between the two. I'd like to hear your comments on that in a minute. Next slide. So again, this is the assemblage, and with the larger penthouse shown. The yellow would be where the penthouse would be if we reduce it to the size area that we think we can make invisible. And again, if you picture this, that we could slide the building up or down a foot or so and maybe change the floor. If you're looking at 9, 10, 10-foot floors here, we could look at sliding that. The cellar would be commensurate with the existing cellar. We'd lower the existing cellar a foot or so, and so that we would have a cellar area, and we would have some areaways in the back. So next slide. So this is sort of a view of the assemblage of the whole neighborhood. What we'd like to have is that penthouse, set back that far, big enough to be a unit, big enough to be something valuable to the owner. And this is the view. You'd probably see it from the street, and you can see how it sits atop the upper stories of the addition. And the next slide, Brendan, or who's running this? So that's the effect we think we can get with the smaller penthouse in the back. Now, the suggestion by the staff to create the courtyard and move it back is one. Like I said, we already have a version of that. And like I said, I could share that if I could. We have a version that shows that it would eliminate the ability to create as much parking that the neighbors were asking about, but it is an achievable scheme. So we can coalesce that into a final version and get that in front of the ANC and get their reaction and get back to you in the next go around. We just need some guidance about that and about the materiality. This scheme shows the brick basically a similar color, may not have to match, extending back as a base for the new addition on the side and the alley side, or we could separate this out completely and have a separate materiality to the addition to completely separate it from the image in the front. It's really kind of, we can go either way. I think the base idea is appropriate, but it depends on how the board wants to go. Next slide. I think that's the last one. Okay, this is the rear again, and again, you can see the sides of the buildings that are around it in the back. So I welcome the board's comments and see if there's anything else. Again, we did the flag test. Met with the ANC. We'll go back and finalize their get a letter from them when appropriate, when we get the board's comments and we create a new assemblage for the site. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Ronnie. Do board members have any questions?
Yeah, I have a question. If I could, I just clarifying could we go to the demolition slide, the demolition plan and Axon slide?
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to confirm my understanding what's being proposed. In the attached letter that we got that was in the project file, maybe that's older information.
Maybe.
Sorry. Go ahead, Ronnie.
No, go ahead. Well, originally we were keeping the dog leg, but once we heard about the rear issues, parking, we decided to have the addition just supplants that. So I thought I changed the language in time that you have when saying we're taking the dog leg and the out. So I apologize if it didn't catch up with the information you got. So
Okay, no, that's fine. So that letter also says you were proposing demolishing the 10 feet of the rear of the front
Right,
block?
no, we're not doing anything to the main block of the building. The
Okay.
structural wall would remain in place in this scheme, right? But at one point, we were thinking we were going to, it was just more complicated how the structure, once we got a better analysis of how the structure worked, it seemed better and more appropriate historically and physically to leave the main block as it is, so.
Okay, so if you could just confirm, so all of the new addition will be to the rear of the historic main block of the building, and then what's shown in brick where the rear dogleg is located now is new construction, basically, that just kind of looks
Exactly,
like.
that'll be new construction, yes. And
Okay,
we're
that's fine.
suggesting that that be brick to sort of mimic the original dogleg location.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
So, Ronnie, you indicated a couple times that you've been meeting with the ANC.
Yes.
They just haven't taken a position yet, or
Well,
what's your process that you're expecting with
Well,
them?
we actually submitted to them. We came in, got on the agenda late, and so they didn't feel comfortable writing a letter since we had a couple of options we showed them, and we said that we would present to the board and get reaction. But they weren't. But the height wasn't different. The number of floors wasn't different. We had shown them the courtyard option. We showed them the rear option, and they actually favored the courtyard option based on the next door neighbor has a courtyard exactly like we're suggesting, but it seemed that once they wanted the additional parking and green space back there, we moved the addition tight to the back of the main block and eliminated the court. It seemed like that was a simpler solution to achieve that goal and get we would restore the main block and provide a new addition. That seemed to be a simpler assemblage. So.
Okay. So you're expecting that once you hear comments from the board today, you would go back to the ANC based on that direction?
Yes, yes.
Do a more formal presentation. Okay.
Exactly. They were generally in agreement with the addition. Again, they've lived through several additions. Most issue was the shadow lines and parking and things, normal things that people have in for any kind of addition like this. But they actually enjoyed the church being there, so they were sorry to hear the church was potentially leaving. So.
Okay. All right. Other questions from the board? No. All right. So if there are no other questions, there's nobody registered to speak on this, so we could move to deliberation if the board is ready. And I'll ask board members to turn on your cameras. One last opportunity for questions. Okay. Would anyone like to start?
I support the staff report. I think this is fine, but I would like to see it come back just because of the nature of it.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. I'm less strident about it coming back, but I support the staff report.
Okay. The staff report does recommend that it come back for further review.
Okay.
So, okay. You want to make a motion then, Gretchen?
I'll move approval based on the recommendation of the staff report, that the concept is approved and that they come back before us as the project progresses. That we agree with the comments that the staff has made and has made to the applicant too.
All right. I'll second that and ask for further discussion. None, all those in favor?
Sorry, just one question. I'm sorry. I'm slow. So I think Ronnie was asking for clarification on the size of the penthouse addition. I guess if the staff report were those recommendations were furthered, and the main block of the addition were pushed back. I think that would maybe address that
yes.
specific question. Just clear about that. Okay, thank you.
Yep. All right. Anything else? Okay, then all those in favor, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? All right, so the motion carries. Thank you, Ronnie.
Thank you. You have a great day, okay?
Thanks, you too.
We'll
Thank
see you
you.
soon. We'll
And-
see you soon.
Thanks,
Okay.
Ronnie.
Sounds
See you,
good.
Ronnie.
Yeah, yeah.
All
See
right,
you,
bye-bye.
Bye, Ronnie.
tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
All right, so we have no meetings in August, and so we've reached the point of our summer recess. Hope everybody enjoys a nice little summer break. in a
Gretchen will make it back from
tropical
Tahiti,
location like Gretchen, yeah.
wherever she is.
Yeah,
I'm on Cape Cod.
Cape Cod.
nice,
Cape Cod, yeah.
yeah. I look forward to heading up there soon.
I was here when Kamala Harris showed up.
Oh, nice.
That was quite the scene to see all the security sort of swamp down on Provincetown and Truro, let me tell you. Oof.
I'm sure.